That's it. You've won the debate. He cannot out-debate that. You are going to reject everything that's anti-white. Let him make his case to the audience that he and you and the audience should all be anti-white. Let him do that. Please, let's give him the biggest stage so that he can do that, so that the millions of our white people will see, wait a second, if this isn't about being fair to non-whites, and we're ending up always harming white people in the conclusion, then I'm going to reject that as well. You cannot talk someone out of the position of white well-being or of white people, the right of white people to live or survive. Does that make sense? It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter, or arguing. It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter how good they are at arguing. It doesn't matter how great their verbal IQ. There is nothing they can say on planet Earth to invalidate our right to survive, to invalidate our right to well-being. There is nothing they can say. Does that make sense? You can take a white mute who fights and serves white well-being, and you can put him or her up against the most talented, the most shrill harridan, the most verbally high IQ harridan anti-white beast, and she can still not invalidate our right to exist, our right to well-being, by way of argument with that mute. Does that make sense? When I have the objective of white well-being, and someone else has the objective of white well-being, and we both disagree on how to get there, if the other person has made a stronger argument, I adopt their position. I don't have, there's nothing about anything that I come up with that I would allow to get in the way of white well-being for a second. If something better comes along, it's adopted, period.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Never let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home is dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right, taking back everything that is ours. Featured stories today, Stephanie Mueller, who the hell was that? Israeli withdrawal, Poland decriminalize hate, The Daily Show, the truth about DEI. Was it really a takedown, or was it still anti-white? Mark Dice on Benny Shapiro and the upcoming debate with Candace Owens. Go free segment of the day, the corrective seeded without folks even realizing it, literally. Your comments, calls, questions, and a Twitter space, as is customary. And then there is this. I was recently in New York on a business trip when I saw some young guy standing in the middle of the road shouting, "Allah be praised," and "death to all infidels." At least that's what I thought he was saying, when he suddenly tripped and fell into the water. He was struggling to stay afloat because of what appeared to be a ton of explosives he was carrying. I knew he was in trouble, and he would surely drown if he didn't get help. Being that I'm a responsible American patriot who abides by the law of the land that requires you to help those in distress, I informed the police department, the fire department, and the Coast Guard. Several hours passed, and the potential terrorist had drowned, and no authorities ever showed up. I feel like I wasted 3 stamps. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning, in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. You have come to the right place if you want to recapture our destiny and not just hear about how things are bad in the world and what can not be done and who might be behind them. You are in the place where folks are actually making a difference. Thank God you are here. It is 5 p.m. here in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. Wonderful to see you in all of these glorious cities and places around Western civilization over the course of this gathering, which will be roughly 4.5 hours long with yours truly. It'll be some of the best 4.5 hours you have ever spent, even longer if we were horizontal. You can financially gift over at Entropy, which is up and running. You can financially gift over at Odyssey in cash dollars or in their funny little cryptocurrency, up and running. D-Live in their funny little cryptocurrency. Hello to everyone over there on Rumble. I am pointing around because if you don't know, I am surrounded by monitors and computers and machines galore. Over there on Twitter, hello, and I will be keeping an eye out for everybody's comments. You may also, to monitors over to my right, your left, financially gift on Cash App. You may financially gift on Subscribestar. If you would like to financially gift on a monthly basis without ever thinking about it, you can head on over to knowwhiteguilt.org, and you'll click on the financial gift tab. You'll see a couple of the ones I named, as well as others that you may financially gift on, and I hope to find you there, because we celebrate you at the beginning, the first Sunday of every month, as we will be doing today, celebrating those who financially gift without giving it a second thought. They put it into the machine. It just happens every month. This is part of their service to White Wellbeing. You too can be a part of that honors roll call, and maybe even make it up to the top of it and be in the all-stars of the honors roll call. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful things that we're going to go through today. This is about learning. This is about changing the lens that you use to look upon the events of our day, and how to put an end to the victimization of Western kind on the basis of our birth, which benefits everyone of every background across Western civilization. The attack is on our birth. It is on the white race. Every single advancement that you call them the left, you call them the Republicans, you call them the woke, you call them the whatever, it is always based in retributive justice against Western kind. That's why we have no border today, for example. And unless you address the point of attack, you cannot overcome. And a demonstration of generations, the totality of your life. I mean, shouldn't it take just like a day to learn something? Maybe a week if you're a little challenged, maybe a month if you're a little TARDIS. But all the decades of your life, if you don't yet see that all the things that you have been doing, and all the things that Big Con and all the things that Alt Con and all the things, etc., that have been going on and implemented for generations, if you can't see that they don't work, then you have some idiosyncratic idiocy that is going to be hard to speak to. Maybe this is not the place for you. You see, you have arrived at the special forces. Special needs are down the hallway, and you can find many names atop those rooms that you are probably familiar with across the internet. Wonderful to see everybody who is here today. Did I get my tie? I did not get my tie properly tucked away. Amandy Joe is with us. Brand Danger is in the house. There's the Franklinator. Pants is here. What a Western kind. Cool Papa J Magic. Janice is here. Welcome. White Man is here. Great people, wonderful people, change agents on planet Earth. And I'm going to tell you what, when we get to the Go Free lesson of the day, you're going to be very interested, because we're going to be talking about the fact that my plan, my idea, my thoughts, that so many of you are having similar thoughts, and you have come, or you have just come to this circle, this white well-being sphere, this white positive sphere. They have played out exactly as they were supposed to, without people even realizing it. How many times over the years have you all heard me talk about? In fact, I was talking to another old timer who's been listening to me talk about it for 3 decades, and talked with him about it the other day, about the struggles and things going on. And been listening to me talk about this for 3 decades. Absolutely astonished, playing out precisely the way that I said it would. It's kind of like Western kind produces epic geniuses that can really transform things. Not always the people that the mid-wittery or midget-wittery are able to identify, but that's because there's a big gap. There's a big gap. A lot of people say more than 30 IQ points, hard to even communicate if the gap is that big. Happy solar eclipse, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into that, I guess, tomorrow. If you have any thoughts on the solar eclipse or anything else that we're talking about here today, I want you to tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms that we are live to right now, which is including even Telegram. If you're over there, hello to those on Telegram. Of course, a big hello to everybody on my favorite YouTube. Hello to everybody on YouTube, Facebook, Minds, everywhere else that we're streaming. A big hello to all of you. But if you would like to, you don't financially gift. When you do, you get to write a sentence. You get to add some characters there, and I'll take a look. But otherwise, you can tag me as No White Guilt. Ask your question, give your comment, give your thought, give your insight. Because like I said, this is about a learning experience. We are learning, ladies and gentlemen. And the first thing we're going to learn about is this very weird thing that I saw. I don't even know what to say about this. We're going to be getting into, of course, next we'll talk about the Israel withdrawing from Palestine. All but one brigade and thought it was never going to be done. Thought there was going to be World War III, World War V, World War X, whatever it is, whatever we're at right now, whatever your particular doom documenter has been terrifying and terrorizing you with. But it didn't happen. Even with Israel just the other day, taking out the embassy, the Iranian embassy in, of course, that part of the world. And a lot of people, a lot of folks dying. I guess some general died. And this was in Syria, and some of their Revolutionary Guard. I can't believe that they're so dumb as to send those people over there. But before we get to that, we have Stephanie, transgender attorney, Stephanie Mueller. This is welcome to Western civilization. Like, what's going on in the world? What is happening here? The problem is that our standards have been white erased. This is something I was talking with my good old buddy about the other day. Our standards have been white erased. Our norms are white erased. They are under attack. Our norms say specific things about males and females, how they dress, how they behave, how they're identified as those things. And that has been under attack. And we object to that because they are ours. Those standards are ours. We don't object to the people like Stephanie Mueller here. We don't object to these people. We object to the attack on our norms, our mores, our standards. This is a Stephanie Mueller. I got to tell you something. Stephanie here, 70 years old, 70. Getting around good, thinking good. I mean, you get out ahead of this with the positives about Stephanie, but this is the increasing norm of the inversion of our norms. Does that make sense? Does that finally make sense to you? You're sitting around, you're talking about how do we address this? What's really going on here? You want to talk about mental illness. You want to talk about all of these other subjects. You even want to abstractionize, which we know is infinitely problematic and doesn't advance our cause whatsoever. And you want to do the thing that's obviously objectionable, and that is to attack the individual. We don't attack the individual. I'm going to get out in front of this, and I'm going to say I'm pretty impressed with Stephanie here and the ability to get around at 70 wearing a Volkswagen, actually two of them on the front of her chest. 70 puts on busty display in skin-tight outfit. And this is so funny. I haven't read the article yet. I saw the video. We're going to play just a minute of the video so you can hear sweet Stephanie's melodious trill of a voice. You're going to really like that. You're going to really love Stephanie's little melodious voice. But of course, what are conservatives going to talk about? Our good brothers and sisters out there that we need to come away from the misbegotten misleaders of conservadom. What are they going to talk about? They're going to talk about things like, are you supposed to? Stephanie should be in a proper pantsuit. That's what she should wear in a courtroom, is a proper pantsuit. Stephanie. Well, let's see. Let's run a little bit of video here. Look at Stephanie. Yeah, those are Volkswagens on the front of her chest. Transgender attorney, turning heads in Seattle, I'd say. Whoa! 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 Look at Stephanie! Stephanie, sweetie! My goodness! Wow. When Stephanie was born, her father said, "What is it, doc? Do we got a boy or do we got a girl?" And the doctor said, "Close." Wow. She's a looker, huh? This is a good looking one. This is where I like to use the phrase that pulchritude is in the eye of the beholder. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can use that. Pulchritude is a very ugly word for beauty. So pulchritude is in the eye of the beholder when it comes. Stephanie is so lovely that she has to sneak up on the mirror when she wants to have a look at herself to put the makeup on. Okay, so there she is in the courtroom. Seattle journalist, okay. Yeah, so a journalist went up, and that, I guess, is the video that we... Look at this. Look at the lips on... Look at the lips on Stephanie. Holy shit! Lips and breastises is for some strange reason. these breasts don't have the normal effect. Like normally you see a guy, as you're a guy, you see a woman with a nice breast. And we all know the reality that when a guy sees a nice pair, his IQ drops by 50% per jug. But not here. I don't know what the problem is. Look, oh, wow. Lovely lady. My goodness. Stephanie. She's, wow, there's another. According to her LinkedIn, 70-year-old Stephanie has a 30-year career as a public really? No shit? A public defense? So you are for the criminals. And, well, here she is again, just looking like $1 million bucks, like the kinds with antlers. Okay. A 70-year-old transgender attorney is turning heads in Washington state courtroom after she showed. What does turning heads even mean anymore? I mean, you have all of these like incel, or I guess you could call them volcel. They, at least when it comes to female sex, they don't want to have sex with females, and they get all bent out of shape when a healthy man like notices a good-looking woman. If you're a healthy man, you notice it. That doesn't mean you're going to worship her. That doesn't mean you're going to throw money at her. Because all of that would not be the thing a man would do. Okay. But let me tell you something. When a good-looking woman walked by, our greatest of all time, the men, the greatest of all time, they didn't ignore her. All right. They weren't like, whatever. Right. We were like, no shit. Because that's how God and nature programs a real man of the West. You're not going to be sycophant. That totally changes. When you become a simp, when you're like, oh, I'm going to give you, oh, I'm going to follow you. No. But you better be like, when it goes by, if you're a real man of the West, this means something has changed, right? She's turning heads. Man. Stephanie Mueller appeared to be mewing away in a Seattle courtroom Thursday, sporting a low-cut blue top that accentuated the lawyer's surgically enhanced breasts. Seattle journalist Jonathan Cho shared in a video posted to X. Look at this. And it appears that Stephanie has had some rear augmentation as well, looking a bit like a baboon. I never understood this. I mean, I can understand, having shape to one's derriere, but looking like you reach for your wallet like this, I mean, no. That's an inversion of our norm. That's an inversion of what we have always found attractive and beautiful and elegant. And it looks a lot like a baboon. It's what it looks like to me. Okay. It looks like a Celebi's crested macaque's ass. Look it up. That's what it looks like to me. That's not attractive. If you look simian in your form, that's not attractive. I mean, look at what we did. Look at our beautiful Greek and Grecian statues. Look at me naked. Look at what we find attractive. And it's not that. It's not an ass that sticks out like it belongs to something in the jungle. 70-year-old transgender attorney turning heads. Look at this just absolutely beautiful face. This is the kind of thing that what was the guy's name again? What's the guy's name from Nightmare on Elm Street? That's what this guy flees from. That's what he has nightmares about. Holy shit. When are they going to make somebody out there right now who makes Halloween masks, make Stephanie. Please. Make Stephanie. She's a beaut. I will wear this mask on Halloween. Nightmare. Freddy Krueger was his name. Freddy Krueger this is what Freddy Krueger has nightmares about. And look at Stephanie is 70, and you can see a little bit of tricep and a little bit of bi there. I'm actually impressed by Stephanie's muscles at the age of 70, not the rest of it, but matching the top with skin-tight black leather pants and boots. Well, why not, my conservative brothers, my vague brothers and sisters out there? Why not? If Stephanie is allowed to be born a man and to a woman over the course, and now she's a woman and can go in there, and you're going to complain about the choice of pants? Are you really? I mean, this is, I guarantee you, in another year, conservatives, some conservatives out there will be saying, okay, sure, a female, 6.5 foot tall female, but our 6.5 foot females that are born as little boys, they don't wear leather pants, okay? So come on, let's get some morality into this. Let's get some respect. Mueller also wore an excessive amount of makeup, including dark green eyeshadow and flamboyant fake lashes, as she represented, quote, one of the far left activists, you mean an anti-white, charged with disrupting a council meeting in February. Well, maybe, see, that's part of the problem, is that you're still calling them left or far, or you're doing the inversion within the anti-white, and they're like, you know what, I got a plan. If they call us far right and it hurts and it makes us look bad, why, we'll just call them far left. Yeah. Totally ignoring that far right is something that is sewn into the entertainment media, which people don't know the difference of subconsciously between the entertainment and reality. So when they say far right, and in the entertainment, some guy pulls up with like a machine gun and like mows down kindergartners, all right? People automatically associate all this negativity from all of that entertainment with far right, but there isn't anything similar for the phrase far left. Dumb. It's amazing how I can be this right for this many years. And you know what? You got conservatives on Twitter here that will have expert. I'm having an expert on today, but never me as the expert on. I've got this shit figured out. Nothing but successes everywhere I go. I can explain everything so that even the TARDISes get it. And brilliant people have come here to, and that in and of itself should be all the evidence you need that we're right. Brilliant people have come here, and no, there's no. Where are the requests pouring in? We need experts. No, they've got so many 12-year-old boy experts. See, that's the problem. Is I'm too brash, too manly, too masculine, have too many guns, have worn too much camo in my life, have done too many dangerous things, have too much free-floating testosterone in my bloodstream. So much free-floating testosterone, I can donate it to the lions in the zoo so that they can be more aggressive. That's why they're not calling up. Mueller's client, Iris Boardman, is charged with first-degree criminal trespassing. Oh, boy, look at this guy right here. Look at his face. He's like, I'm not looking. Actually, right now, he's like switching off the CCTV cameras so they don't melt, trying to record this mess. Holy moly. Yeah, ain't that America? You and me, baby. Ain't that America? Something to see, baby. That America. Who wrote that? Somebody said, is it Winger Productions? The arms might be implants too. Those might not actually be. I saw this thing. I couldn't even believe it. This guy showed me. He was like, have you heard about all these guys? Guys, by the way, all of the images, there were like 50 images. They were all non-white guys. And they were injecting their muscles with some oil, and it caused like swelling. And it made it look like it was an actual muscle, but it's not. Yeah, these might be. I mean, oh, this thing's already got implants. Can you imagine the hazmat? There's going to be like a regular coffin and then the plastic hazmat coffin right beside it. Wow. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be. The leather pants, you want to complain about that. The week earlier, she had shorts on, and the judge thought she had brought a cat into the courtroom, and it was really just the hair on her legs. Mueller has been a career public defender over 20 years. I'm going to go ahead and guess that if I were arrested out there and needed a public defender, that Mueller would not defend me. I'm going to go ahead and guess. Go out on a limb. The only openly transgender woman trial attorney in Washington State. No shit. Washington State? Wow. I'm surprised all the way out there, right? According to 2016 crowdfunding page titled Stephanie's Public Defense Fund. What is that? Who would fund this? For what? Isn't she getting paid? Since I came out as openly transgender attorney, I bring diversity to the practice of law. And of course, we know diversity is a mean pathogen, meaning no white males. And Stephanie is a female of unknown racial origin. I can't say. And it doesn't really matter to me. All that matters is the anti-whiteism. I am a role model for the transgender community. Wow. That's your role model. If that's your role model, could you imagine this going up in the kid's bedroom as a poster on the wall? There's my role model. Could you imagine? I guarantee you there are mothers out there of both sexes that are putting posters like that up on the wall for little Johnny and little Jane. This person is brave, courageous. It takes so much bravery and courageousness to go out into the world looking like this. I kind of agree. But maybe not for the same reasons you might think. Oh, the beauty. This is the beauty of the West now, I'm afraid. This is what it looks like. I'm also a distinctive and active voice for the civil rights, meaning anti-whites, of all, with a particular awareness of transgender rights. You don't say. Another one of these kind of surprising. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you definitely know where she's headed because she's pointing. You can never get into one of those scenarios where like you walk up in front of somebody and you don't know like where you both keep stepping the same direction. Not with Stephanie. She'll definitely point the direction she's headed. Let's take a look at Stephanie. We're going to get into this Israeli withdrawal, but I'm very interested in you all hearing Stephanie's voice because it is so melodious and beautiful and pleasing to the ear. You can actually see Stephanie in motion. So let's put that up on the screen. Stephanie. Is there a song with that name? We should write it. Stephanie, so beautiful. All right.
Let me check on that. Yeah.
So we were talking May 6, 8:45?
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. It'll be in a moment. Just wait.
All right.
Do I need to sign anything?
And it's like, Stephanie's like, do I need to sign anything? Looking down on every. How tall is Stephanie, for the love of God? Probably have like the stripper boot shoes on as well. How apropos. How apropos.
No.
Just out of here.
Okay, here comes the reporter.
My comment.
Okay, reporter has asked, what's your comment on your client? And now the voice you are about to hear, ladies and gentlemen, is the voice of Stephanie Mueller, a melodious little trill that will just turn the sparkle on in your eye and the ride to your smile.
About my client? Yeah. I just met her. She's really nice. She's really smart. She sounds like she's got the right idea about things. I really support what she's up to, and I think it's fabulous.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. 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 You know, if if as an adult woman, your visage is such that children from all backgrounds would flee in horror, screaming, unless their mothers had like held them by the backs of their shoulders and pushed them up into Stephanie. You're gonna love Stephanie. You're gonna sit in Stephanie's lap, and you all are gonna talk about the first thing that pops up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. And you're gonna sit there and you're gonna watch Stephanie dance and strip out of a satanic costume. If your mom didn't do that from like 1, 2-year-old and moving forward, children would just run. They would run. I mean, in the future, we'll be able to say, remember all like these. Do you all know that so much of like stories about monsters and stories about weird habits of animals, they're all just what we would refer to as a wives' tale or wives' tales to keep children to get children to behave so that parents could be lackluster, indifferent parenting. So they say things like, don't touch the babies. The parents will allow the babies to die if you do that. And then the kids are like, shit, I won't climb that tree then, because then babies will die if I climb up there. Instead of just going to the child and saying, if you climb up that tree, I'm going to beat the ever living shit out of you. You know what I mean? That's how. Just be honest, right? And it's like, don't go out in the woods at night. Why is that? Because there are goblins out there. Well, in the future, you'll be able to just say, Stephanie is in the woods. Hansel and Gretel. Was it a witch? It was Stephanie. Worse.
How about that?
God, she's accused of, what is it, criminal trespass.
In the first degree, yes.
Is she innocent or guilty?
She's innocent.
And I thought that was just like a weird response there. She's guilty of criminal trespass in the first degree. Yes. Why? Why? It sounds like the first degree seems worse than other degrees. Maybe I'm wrong.
Innocent, of course.
She's innocent, okay. Well,
She's innocent.
she's caught on video being arrested and protesting.
I think this reporter, whoever this is talking right now, is dragging out the conversation for the illumination of speaking with Stephanie. It's so illuminating.
And allegedly protesting. So I'm trying to get all sides. So
My client has pled not guilty. My name is Stephanie Mueller. I'm in the directory for the Washington State Bar Association.
You can find me in hell where I normally live. Stephanie Mueller. I drive a small dragon that is really just two other people of my ilk underneath a dragon costume. I ride them around the town, and they ride with unicycles. It's a two-wheeled dragon.
You can look me up.
I mean, come on. Are you think that's not possible? Come on.
Stephanie, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. It's more like, thank you for not killing me. Thank you for not dragging me into your lair, Stephanie.
At this point, your client is being arraigned.
How much of the strength is real and how much is fake? How much is implants?
No.
It's all just happened. Her hearing is over.
Got it.
It's done.
All right.
This reporter or person just witnessed the hearing and then is asking these questions just to keep Stephanie talking.
You know when her next court date is?
I do.
And I will be here to consume the audience.
I'd like to maybe just keep tabs if they're
Stephanie is getting a little irked at this point in the video, as you can potentially tell. Stephanie's like, I'm about to consume you, drag you into my lair.
I think that's a great idea.
Could you tell me when that is?
No.
Oh,
Take care.
No.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Stephanie's about to I will open up my briefcase and unleash the small person I have held inside for combat with you. And if you think that's not possible, just wait. Ain't that America? That's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. And we are there and continue to lose because of the rest of the resistance to our victimization and the things that they preoccupy themselves with, like, what are the Jews doing? We can't have enough of that conversation. Decades of it, I have to suffer with it for decades, and the people just keep repeating these conversations, as you all know. So let's go ahead and put this up. Looks like Israel is leaving. After U.S. pressure, IDF leaves southern Gaza. This is big news today. Hamas declares victory. Like, I mean, that is about as lame. Hamas declaring victory is about as lame as these trolls, this group of trolls that call themselves groypers, which really, will somebody just go out on the internet? Will they go out? Where can you do this? Maybe like the ghetto, start off with like the ghetto dictionary online. There is such a thing, right? And just say that groyper is a synonym of troll. That's all they are. So that's about as lame as them declaring victory over things they had nothing to do with. Hamas declares victory. And then they show this clown. He's like, who is he waving to? Nobody's there. Let's be serious. Nationless Nationalist is here. Great to see you. Alex Simpson's Ivan the Horrible is here, and he's totally epic. He's one of the coolest guys there is in the community. Man of the West is here. Spartan is here. Wonderful to see you. And Shamushki is in the house. Jason is here. Young Waifu is here. Azimuth Clark, First Last is in the house. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. I'll be taking. I'll make myself look over at this monitor. There's a monitor there. There's a monitor there. There's a monitor there. I will look at this monitor where your YouTube comments are happening, but I will look at all of the monitors for your comments. So just tag me. I will interrupt myself. I won't be prolix. I won't. I guarantee it. I will interrupt myself right now. Some of you are saying, what's prolix? And then you're wondering, are you supposed to be in the special needs? Maybe. Stick around and you'll find out. You'll be the first to know whether or not you should be here in the special forces or not. Let's see. Yes, the Unifier is in the house. Hyperborean Dream is here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see you all. Look at all the laughing faces. I'm glad we're having some fun. June is here. The Nameless One is here. Scott, great to see you all. Looking right now at the YouTube live feed. If you have any comments over on Twitter, make sure you make them and I'll say hello. I'll see you over there. I got it pulled up on the screen in front of me now on Twitter. On X, let me know that you're there if you would like to make yourself known. The great, the one and only Fornull has descended from his mountaintop castle and is joining us in the live. So is the great Promethean Healing is with us. Yes, a friend of mine told me about those guys that inject their muscles with oil. So I'm not the only one. I was like, this can't be real. And it was like picture and video of it. After picture and video of it. Millennium Run is with us. Hello. The muscle swelling oil you are referring to is called synthol. Really? Well, thank you for that info on it. Synthol oil. And it causes the muscles to inflate and they look like they're real muscles, but they're not. Be careful. And just the thing, as I'm noticing, the one and only, the great Biospirit of the West is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you, good sir. White Calling is in the house. Celine is in the house. So many. Ladies, I will tell you this. There are guys out there. In fact, it's like 95% of guys who work out are frivolous at it. And what they do is they go to the gym on the day of and the day before they're going to come out to the beach or come out to the pool or come out to the club, and they'll do a shit ton of reps. because the blood fills into all that tissue and makes the muscles swell and makes the guys look like they're more muscular than they are. I'm sorry, I just gave away that to guys out there. I'm sorry. I had to tell them. They have to know the truth. At least I'm not telling them that little thing you do with that special kind of underwear. At least I'm not telling them that trick. But I did tell them this trick about, yes, those muscles are not real muscles, and either are these muscles that are swollen up with oil. Winged Productions, Samuski, that person looks like Jessica Rabbit's transgender nemesis. In real life. Yikes. Oh my God. We could absolutely say that. Jessica Rabbit has not aged well. She absolutely has not aged well. Man, they drew her to look good, didn't they? Like all the right movements, the hips and everything. Oh my God. Don't let me get sidetracked. It can happen. But my Lord, she aged terribly. Or maybe that's just the conversion from cartoon to human, or at least quasi-human. Masumek, hello, sister. Great to see you. Hello to everybody who is here. We're going to keep rolling. Let's have a look at this. So why is Israel pulling out of Palestine? Clearly not wanting to get Palestine pregnant, and being that they shouldn't even be together in the first place. So you don't want that sort of offspring. Jessica Rabbit going bad. I think it was Jessica Rabbit on crack as well. So Jessica has aged. How long ago was that movie? I had totally forgotten about that. I didn't even see the whole thing, but Toon Town or something was the exotic, the cartoon environment. Could you imagine what they could do with the tech now with Toontown? But of course, when they remake it, it'll be even more anti-white than it was. 1990 was that movie. 1990. Wow. So yeah. She has not aged well, has she? Jessica Rabbit has gone to the dogs, had that little bit of crack pop. But I mean, just look at all like the singer. Look at like oh gosh, who's the one with the squeaky voice? I don't follow these people. So I don't even, but so many singers, musicians of various stripes, actors, of course, they just go horribly bad. Horribly bad, don't they? Even with all that money and all the like turtle blood that they drink, whatever they do, it's just like every weird thing. If you're a charlatan, that's the place to go. Head on out to Hollywood and be exotic. Don't be white. Be like some kind of exotic non-white person. And they will pay you millions to sprinkle rabbit turd and turtle blood all over you and in your mouth. And then they'll go to tell their friends how wonderful of an experience it was, how they found themselves in the screaming of the turtles. Janet says, I shared a clip of Herman Munster dressed as a woman on Twitter under your live. Roscoe Rise is in the house. Hello, and welcome. So Mrs. Just Horse is with us. Let everybody know that we're live and we're having fun here, talking about Jessica Rabbit going bad, and Herman Munster in a dress. Maybe that's what we should call Stephanie, is Herman Munster. We got the best community here. People come up with the funniest shit ever. But we do have to move on, and we do got to get into this Israeli thing. Man of the West says, I stopped following them all years ago. Who are you talking about? Tag me against No White Guilt so I can know exactly what you're saying. Herman Munster. I don't know. I actually think I can recall what Herman Munster looks like. And I think if you just threw a dress on Herman, he would look better than Stephanie. But Herman was a Frankenstein. He was not 70-year-old perfection. Stephanie, pulchritude is in the eye of the beholder, Mueller. So, what are you going to do? I have special needs, and you are one of them, says Pants. All right, awesome. Thank you, my friend. The screen just leapt on me, and I don't know where everybody went. I do see Al Heindel here. Hello and welcome. So, what happened was that Hamas, don't you just love the beauty of some of these languages? You go into some of the other circles, not the special forces, but special needs, and they don't have empiricism. They don't, they don't have anything valuable to say. But what they do have are like really superficial things, and nonetheless, some of those really superficial things to complain about are true. Like some of these languages, like Hamas, and some of the other languages, they do this as well. I think it happens a little bit in French. What are you doing, folks? Don't do that. Knock it off. Replace that sound with something else. But Hamas decided to invade on October 7. I think this is exactly 6. How long was this? When did this happen? Specifically, I think this is exactly 6 months ago. Right? And so they decided to invade, and the excuse given at the time, if you remember, was they're going to invade Israel proper. And the excuse they gave, and of course they broke out the highest Arab tech on planet Earth. So they had like paragliders. They had, at least that's what I read in an article, paragliders. They also had invisibility cloaks that they were, because I know that they had invisibility cloaks, even that went over the entire paragliders, because somehow the actual best tech in the world that has been sold to, given to, and built by Israel was unable to detect them. Multiple different spectrums measured 24/7, layering, overlapping, and they snuck right in their terrorist attack. So they attacked, and the excuse they gave, unless I'm wrong, was something happened at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I know it really doesn't matter for us because we're concerned with white well-being across Western civilization, but it was Al-Aqsa Mosque, and I think they called it like the Al-Aqsa flood, or someone. Intelligent people looking at what was happening could obviously see the geopolitical motivation for it, being that here you have this incremental sort of writing, a détente, writing of relations between and among Israel, U.S., Saudi Arabia, and therefore others. And if those relations were increasingly normalized, that would be problematic for Hamas rather. And so they decided that, you know what, this would be a good time for a massive, monstrous terrorist. And of course, this was horrific. And terrorist, Hamas is just terrorists. That's all they are. They're terrorists. And so they attacked, and they went after civilians, and they slaughtered a ton of civilians. I don't know what the exact number was, but whatever the exact number was, expected to be about 10 times that in the future when the history is told to white children across Western civilization. So whatever, it was horrible though. Well over 1,000 civilians killed by these terrorists. And then Israel, of course, retaliated. It was not a war. It's never been a war. No one should have ever referred to it as a war. The Hamas is essentially, it's a terrorist group, but they are they're just a well-armed gang, essentially, in my estimation. And so you had a first world military combating a well-armed gang. So there was never a war, unless you want to call Schwarzenegger in the octagon with a kindergartner a fight. So in his prime, he might not be able to do so much fighting anymore. I don't know. I know he's anti-white, though, which I find infinitely funny after all the years of the idiots trying to convince me that he's our guy. He's our guy. He's with us. And I said, wait, no, there's no evidence of that. Oh, bro, we know, though, bro. We know. Okay, I was right again, and you were wrong, TARDIS. Special needs for you. So they invaded this space and West Bank. And of course, you all know, been moving them south. And then the other day, the Israelis decided to rocket an aid worker vehicle. And of course, news and et cetera are just trying to make it sound like that even it was Hamas's fault, that they did something to make the poor little Israelis that are taking on a well-armed gang that made them do the wrong thing. And that was to blast this aid worker vehicle. When, if anything, it just looks like soldiers in the battlefield that are trigger happy and firing missiles and bullets and etc. And I don't care one way or the other. As I've said here, my position is I'm a man of the West. I don't want innocent people harmed anywhere. That's my position. That's as far as I go. I don't have a dog in the fight, if you will. It's kind of an appropriate statement. I don't have a dog in the desert fight. I don't give a shit. I care about white well-being. That's what matters to me. So the only reason I'm talking about this is because it's big news and everybody across the West are talking about it. The Israeli Defense Forces. So now we've come to this point where you have this pressure, which we've talked about here before, and we're the people who get it right. You watch as time marches on, you'll see more and more evidence that we were right here all along when we talked about why is it that Jews are being included as the boogeyman increasingly with white people. And note that it's the Ashkenazi, it's the Jews that look more like us, or it's the Jews who have quite a lot of white genetics in them that are the ones that are getting tossed in. And what is some more evidence that Jason's right about that? Tossed into the boogeyman in the anti-white narrative. What is some more evidence? We covered it here. The Jews who look like white males in Hollywood no longer getting hired because of that similarity. The white man is the villain in the anti-white narrative. And so as anti-whiteism, the people who practice it become increasingly percentage-wise dark-skinned non-whites. In other words, excluding Jews who are not white, non-white. As that happens, then they increasingly see Jews who look like white people or similar to white people, increasingly see them as, oh, they're the devils too. That's how it happens. Sephardic Jews and all of these other Jews, they're just, they're not there yet. If you're pretty dark at first blush, they're going to say in anti-whiteism, nope, you're one of the good guys. That's how anti-whiteism is organized. The bad guys are the white people. And over time, as they become darker and darker, the practitioners of anti-whiteism, you'll find that more and more light-skinned people, more and more people who are non-white, but who look like they could be white, certainly look like they could be white, to darker and darker skinned anti-whites will be included. We're right once again, and you'll see it everywhere. You'll find it everywhere. It's empirical. Right once again. Stupendous. God bless you. Thank you. Check, please. Ladies and gentlemen, pressure from anti-whites across Western civilization against what's happening in Palestine is that the actual pressure is anti-white pressure. So the attempt by J-Spurgs, Jew-hating mixed race people who lead the pro-white movement, which is the funniest thing I've ever thought. I mean, things have gotten real bad when the pro-white movement outsources to mixed race leaders. Oh, but Jason, what are you, jealous? Oh yeah, so jealous. So the outsourced leaders, they want to try to say, oh, they're part of this pressure. In other words, they're taking credit. They're taking credit for really what anti-whiteism is able to do. Imagine how absolutely lame this is. If this were a person, if that effort were a person, it would be somebody about the exact dimensions as Nick Fuentes, with a very filthy jockstrap pulled over his head that had been worn by a 350-pound lineman for 3 weeks out during two-a-day practices without being washed before the season started, American football. And he's now got it on cockside right to his nose and mouth. If that were a person, that effort, that's what it would look like. Anti-whiteism is the pressure on Israel, not J-Spurgs. What a joke you all are, who are trying to identify with and celebrate the victories of this pressure on Israel and what's happening there. And of course, this is all tied in, intimately so, into this upcoming debate, which we're going to talk about a little bit, between, are you for the black lady or are you for the Jewish guy? Who's it going to be? The world is divided this way now. For you losers, yeah. For you losers it is. Not for men of the West. Could you imagine any real men of the West choosing a side there? Could you imagine, like the character John Wayne, could you imagine him stepping in? Alrighty, Pilgrim. He's siding with, really? No, men of the West aren't going to do that. Could you imagine Audie Murphy? Could you imagine Sergeant York? What was the other? Desmond Doss? Could you imagine these people? I'm sure if you were to say to them, you've got to decide between the impudent little Jewish guy and the uppity black woman that's sassy, they would just bitch slap you. But this is where I found myself. Where are the real men? Where can I find the rest of the men of the West who are actually looking for genuine, intelligent leadership? Where are they? Well, let's proceed here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, announced Sunday that it had withdrawn its forces from southern Gaza following a demand from the U.S. President Joe Biden last week for an immediate ceasefire. Hamas declared victory on the news. That somebody should name their racehorse Hamas declared victory. That is so Claudine Gay. That is so Claudine Gay. The decision coming on the day Israelis marked 6 months since the October. And by the way, now you have, after the fact, because this is how and on Wednesday, join me again on Wednesday, we're going to talk about how these conspiracy theories by conspiracy theorists, by charlatans, by mountebanks get formed. And charlatans of various stripes, and then how they manipulate you with these things. It is so comical. I saw it. I got to just show you and educate you. On Wednesday, we don't have time today, but I did want to mention it. But the way the human brain works is that it will insert after the fact. It finds meaning after the fact where there was no meaning before the fact. And so you also have added to this now, especially coming up with the solar eclipse tomorrow here in the United States. I will be, of course, partaking of the end of the world. And they want to talk about the red heifers and the sacrifice of now Hamas and other Arabs or Jew haters of various stripes. Now they want to say, oh, this is a perfect affront. That's why we did it, because they're probably doing it right now. They're probably sacrificing the red heifers right now, right out of the Bible and their little imagination that they have there in the Middle East and in Israel. And they're going to sacrifice them. And this is because it's to like prefigure or to cause or to instigate the return of their Messiah that they believe, has never, because they don't believe in Jesus Christ. So their return of the Messiah, and either he'll come and build the new temple, or it will initiate the process of building the new temple, which will then instigate the arrival of their Messiah. Good for them. Good for them. I'm sure it's going to be a very peaceful and humane ritual for these poor cows. Okay, so the Israeli negotiators flew to Cairo for hostage negotiations. Hamas has demanded a ceasefire before any new deal. The IDF will leave one brigade in Gaza, and I think I can speak for most red-blooded American guys. I know there's so few men here. I'm not going to call it men, but I can speak for most red-blooded American guys by saying we don't care. We're tired hearing about Israel and the Palestinians. We really don't care. Just make whatever this problem is end. We don't want to hear about it anymore. We don't care about it. Stop it. We are concerned with America. We're not concerned with this. So whatever you got to do, we never want to hear about it again. They'll leave a brigade in Gaza whose role will be to allow Israeli troop access to return as necessary. Do you remember somebody whose name is Jason Kuna, who told you that when they went in, that they would have to stay, just like the French in Algeria? Because if they left, they would still have their problem. It would just be like flipping the hourglass. The problem continues. And then remember what I said, and we'll see if it comes true, where the Israeli military will do the occupying for a while, and then they will pass it over to the UN so the United States can pay for it and the rest of the West can pay for it. We'll see, or at least to some degree. It'll be UN soldiers and Israeli leadership. And we'll have to babysit them. It will also carry out targeted operations such as the successful raid at the Shifa hospital last month. The IDF on Sunday announced that it had concluded the active invasion stage of the war for now, while leaving open the possibility of a future new invasion of the Rafah in deep southern Gaza. Although a top IDF official said that this change had nothing to do with U.S. pressure, I'm sure it had nothing to do. The U.S. is like a very talented little dog for Israel. And they're like, jump on the ball, jump through the flaming hoop, impale yourself on the sword. And the dog is just like, rrr, rrr, everywhere. That's what the U.S. is for Israel. Ally my ass. Ally my ass. You know what? Maybe I'm thinking, maybe that aid vehicle got hit with the missile that it was hit with by the Israelis because it looked like a surveillance ship out in the sea. Maybe it looked like an American surveillance ship out in the sea. Figure that out for yourself. Gallant ally my ass. So timing was unmistakable, and coming right after the IDF's disastrous mistaken killing of 7 humanitarian aid workers last week. Hamas immediately declared the IDF withdrawal even partially a victory for the last 6 Hamas. The last 6 Hamas guys. And 2 of them are paraplegics after the invasion. As Breitbart News reported, Biden demanded an immediate ceasefire in response to in other words, they knew that Israel was going to be wrapping this up on Sunday, And so Biden took the opportunity to go ahead and demand an immediate ceasefire to placate that massive swath of anti-white voters who are looking on saying, when are you going to stop these like quasi-white people in Israel from hurting non-white people, brown people? When are you going to do it, buddy? The incident was Hamas' greatest success in the war. The incident was what now? What is this? In response to the accidental killing of the World Central Kitchen and aid workers, the incident was Hamas' greatest success. Could you imagine your greatest success in the war? Don't call this a war. People are so dumb. And it's going to be in the history books. Our white children are going to be taught about this grievous war that the gallant little Israelis had to fight against the massive Arabic power of Hamas in their hoplite thing. What are they even called? Like a fan with a parachute on it. That's what our white children are going to be taught. The war. And your biggest victory is your opposition shooting aid workers who are trying to feed your people because you can't do it. What a joke. The incident was the greatest success in the war for Hamas. Biden's demand came after the U.S. is this where there? Let's see. There is evidence that the terrorists deliberately confused the poor little IDF dainties about the vehicles. I'm sure Hamas confused Israel. I'm sure they confused and they disrupted all of their high-tech ability to zero right in on a gnat's ass at 7 miles away. I'm sure. How did they do that? With smoke signals? How did they do that? Did they bring over some American Indians and they're like, hey, can you guys show us really quickly how to make some smoke signals out of the carnage that was our families and buildings? We're going to confuse the Israelis. So they shoot that aid truck over there. If they really wanted to confuse the Israelis about the aid truck, paint it up like a surveillance American ship. Do that. I didn't see that paint on it, so it didn't work. The Biden administration had also opposed an Israeli operation in the town of Rafah near the Egyptian border, which was the last Hamas stronghold and the key to Israeli victory in the war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had said in February that such an operation would end the war in weeks, not months. But Biden refused to support Israel, implying that the U.S. would curtail weapons and munitions supplies if Israel disobeyed. What horseshit. What a joke how they write these. I've had enough of it. What a joke. If Israel disobeyed. I also heard on the news, Fox News, another anti-white outfit, that European countries might, but all of the European, it's not just the U.S. Every Western country is financing in some way, military, cash, etc. Israel. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. I know I'm not wrong. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. And then they're saying, well, there might be stipulations if you continue slaughtering. No. No. Not a chance in hell. Stipulations. What a joke. So the war in Palestine coming to the gallant Israelis. How did they do it? How did they fight and endure the hardship of warfare with the mildly armed gang called Hamas? The Mexican mafia has more people and more arms, especially by way of the communists assisting them in the U.S. than Hamas. In my opinion, of course. Can you believe that Poland, I thought Poland was totally based. So based. true, based. What are some of the other things they say? What are some of the other ones they say? Bet what, motherfucker? What do you want to bet? That I will beat you on an IQ test? Globalist push. You mean Polish. You mean anti-white? Anti-white. If we are ever going to recapture our destiny, if we are ever going to put an end to the extermination of the United States as we know it to be, it's already been defeated. If there was any doubt that America was already defeated a long time ago, you need only look to what a conquering army would do to the borders of a country it has conquered. They remove the border. That's what's happened. They've removed the border because our victimizer, this villain, this anti-white villain, has conquered America. We're not about to lose it. What else would be done? What else was done in the Soviet satellite states when communist Soviet Russia took over? Did the borders matter anymore? Or were personnel, manpower, resources, etc., able to move freely across the now non-existent and immaterial borders between the satellite states? Ridiculous. Obviously conquered. But you want to call it globalist. Globalist. And then how do various anti-whites move in, and then they can say what you really mean. They can define what you really mean. With globalist, you can look to all of these Jew haters that have used globalist interchangeably with Jews and Jewish bankers. They're able to come right in. But Poland is supposed to be so based. The government pushes Scottish-style hate speech. So that's anti-white right there. Meme pathogen. There's no such hate speech is a meme pathogen. It's meant to undermine our defense of ourselves. It's meant to get us to lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. What did I say about Poland and these Eastern European countries? If they don't adopt the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against us, the psychological defense being the Go Free practice, if they don't adopt it, their Christianity will fail. Their bravado will fail. How do I know for certainty that that's what will happen? Because it's happened everywhere else. I got some pretty big crystal balls, but you really don't actually need a very big crystal ball to figure this one out, right? The tools of their defense have already been circumvented elsewhere in the West. Polish government pushes Scottish-style hate speech law with 3 years in prison. Look at that. The recently installed globalist government of Eurocrat Donald Tusk is seeking to amend the criminal code of the country to criminalize incitement to hatred, which means heresy to anti-whiteism. That's how we have to view it. That's how you have to view it. You are so fucking welcome. You are welcome. That is how you have to view it. Incitement to hatred against the LGBT community with 3 years in prison. In other words, heresy to anti-whiteism gets you 3 years in jail. Now, if you want to come out and say, attack these people with words, obviously physically attacking them will get you arrested for assault under various rubrics. But if you want to come out and attack them in words, you're going to go to jail for 3 years. Are you ready to start obeying Jason Kuna? Are you ready to give up this bullshit? Decades of willful stupidity. Are you ready to do the right thing? I just want to know. Are you going to wait until I'm dead and gone, and so will Western civilization. I'm young enough and healthy enough to live for a long time. If you're going to wait to get over your jealousy of me before you do the right thing, the West will be gone. There'll be no saving it. The first week of Scotland's extreme hate speech, anti-white concept law may have descended into shambles, but that isn't stopping other progressive governments from giving it a go. And how many times have you heard conservatives, after some sort of anti-white policy was put in place, say, oh, it's come apart. Well, wouldn't you know it? And then, 20 years later, their children bow their heads to the law. With the Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, Ministry of Justice, seeking to implement, don't do the 1984, don't do it. I'm so tired of hearing the same shit. To implement similar speech restrictions to those imposed in Scotland. The amendment to the Polish Criminal Code, which was proposed at the behest of the anti-white Minister of Justice last month, according to a document released on the TV, would cover inciting, quote, hatred based on national, ethnic, racial, religious difference. So they're covering all of anti-whiteism. Differences or due to non-denomination, disability, age, gender, sexual orientation, and sexual identity, for which offenders face up to 3 years in prison. Don't say freedom of speech. Don't do it. Don't make this into an abstraction. This is an attack on the biospiritual norms of Western kind, of our people, on our norms, on what we consider optimal and therefore conducive to the culture we make, and therefore the civilization called Western civilization that we create. It is an attack on our norms and therefore an attack on us. That is how we discuss this. Understand? That is how we address it. It is not an abstraction about free speech. It is not an abstraction about due process. It is not an abstraction about the right of association. It is not a discussion about the nefarious activities of Jewish bankers or globalists or conspiracy theories about 2030 until we get there. And then these conspiracy losers will be set and then come out with a 2040. It's another 10 years out. It's another 10 years out because they're wrong again and again and again. Now it's 2040. Now it's 2050. At which point, they'll hurt all of us, especially the poor non-white people, because they're the ones who have value. So say the conspiracy theorists. Into the camps, because it's the non-humans against the humans. God, just please, God, take me now. If I have to hear one more cuck-ass bitch say it's the non-humans against the humans, take me now. My God. And they're covering everything. So in other words, heresy to anti-whiteism. They're saying, if you speak heretical thoughts and words and write heretical things to anti-white, just say that, you dumbass motherfucker. I mean, I'm getting pissed. I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting pissed. Don't go on endlessly in just this absolutely just with this desultory nonsense ad infinitum about freedoms, and we're against the non-humans and they're attacking the humans, and they can't do this in this country because of this procedural, that procedural, or whatever. And or even worse, they're only able to do this now because of this racial group or that racial group, or because they cheated and damn, they're wrong. They're a bunch of cheaters. And we're not allowed to do that. Shut the f up. Where are the men? Where are the women who submit to the real men of the West? Can I get an amen? You got to live in this insane asylum of vegetabilized children that calls itself the white race, but mind you, only just mildly the white race, because they're all a bunch of selfish individualists. According to the Polish attorney, some kind of name, I have no idea, right? How to properly pronounce. The law could result in people being prosecuted for declaring that you can only be a man or a woman for refusing to use someone's so-called preferred pronoun. So here we go again with the conservative limp dick, little midget sticked take. Can you believe it? You could just go to jail for saying that a man is a man. They're so meanies to us. We're just surrounded by meanies. It's obvious. Oh, a man is a man. That's the problem. The amendment would also criminalize statements such as, quote, transgenderism is a mental disorder, close quote, because it's everything heretical to anti-whiteism. You see, you can actually do good in this world if you view for yourself and your family, if you accept that the well-being that you and your family have is only attainable by way of the well-being our people has. And then you can say, oh, so this is an attack on our people's well-being. Now I understand. Now I can argue it from this perspective. Or even they say, or even quoting Bible scripture, condemning homosexuality, he claimed. Now, have you heard that before? Oh, about 40 years ago in the United States, 30 years ago in the United States, 20 years ago in the United States, in Canada, and in other Western countries. Can you remember them all? Oh, my God. The church ladies of both sexes. Oh, my God. Christianity is under attack. We won't even be able to quote that it's not Adam and Steve. Did that help? Did that help? Why don't we just repeat that same tactic about 10,000 times? Or didn't help? No, didn't help. So why don't we just repeat it in Poland? Why don't we, actually, you know what? Why don't we take these absolute inane, gelded, ballless, loser garbage tactics and strategies, and let's put them in the waste bin of history where they can die forever. And the people who want to continue to push that shit with their popularity, because whatever it is, because the population identifies with their retarded nature, their vegetabilized nature, or whatever it is, let's take them and put them in jail too, so that the people won't have them to look to. Or let's say to those content creators and leaders, okay, here's what you're now going to advance something that's actually valuable to our people. And if you don't like it, then we'll put you in jail. Then we'll be done with you. It's not all about worshiping the God economy. It's about the flesh and blood and spirit of a people that God himself created and therefore wants on planet Earth. End of conversation. Now I'm going to have to suffer. We're going to move on. It's an attempt by the left-wing globalist government to impose. Is that going to help the people of Poland? To call it a left-wing globalist government is the problem? Tell the people of Poland that on the basis of their essence of their existence, that they are under attack. Identify their victimizer for what their victimizer does to us. Not by some sort of obscure term or description or the name they take for themselves or the name they give you to give for them. identify our victimizer by what they do to us. Shit sake. But nobody, so few are going to just keep calling them by these other, keep with the racial animus on other groups of people. Call them the Cylon Squad. It's the Cylon Squad wants to do this to us. We're being invaded by the Cylon Squad. It's just nothing but children. And then the masses of the people. I need you, the white billionaires and millionaires. I need you to shove me down the throats of everyone else, because they're too dumb to identify legitimate leadership and an actual program that works. They're too dumb. They're too scared. They're too addled on Doritos and Gatorade and Pepsi and beer, which, by the way, has more estrogen mimickers in it than soy. So for all those beer swilling, absolute Claudine gays out there, for all them beer swillers, no wonder you get man tits and a fat belly. No wonder you look pregnant, because you're eating more soy than this. You're more soy boy than the soy boys. You're tough. You said that beer right there, and it doesn't go anywhere because it sits in between your man titties. Look at how I can stick it right there, and it won't move. Unbelievable. Then you're like, that Jason guy, he's a de-escalationist. He's trying to prevent me with my pregnant belly and man titties from going rogue and taking it to him. You're going to take it to a wet paper bag. You're not going to take it to nothing. The family cat can whoop your ass. You're not taking it to anything. Jason's the de-accelerationist. He's trying to take the fight out of us, the fight out of you. Your own vagina took the fight out of you. That's the problem. So the left-wing globalist government to impose extreme censorship, abstractions. Let's just go down the road of abstractions. I got my new desk chair here, and it's bouncy. And we're just going to bounce on down to Abstractionville. What is it? It's a extreme censorship of the Polish people. And then you know how it wins, because how does it win, folks? Everybody here who is a knight of the white table, we know how these things win. I said it at the very beginning, because all of their arguments that they're going to make there are based in retributive justice against Western kind. Your norms, your values, your standards, your Christianity, your Western expression. So all of that will be not because I should say, make it easier for you. You're not going to be able to argue this is extreme censorship and it's going to have a chilling effect on speech, another abstraction on speech. And nobody defends that. Nobody has ever fought for that. Nobody has ever died for that. Nobody goes to battle for when soldiers go out to war, and even when the paraphernalia for warfare says for freedom or whatever, they're not there for that. They're there for their family. They're there for the norms. They're for the community and the continuation of those things. Folks, it's part of the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. I am the biggest expert on planet Earth. Nobody else should be talked to about this than yours truly. I should be first on everybody's mind. No 5th generation, 6th generation, 5,000th generation warfare academic peacock should be consulted. I did shit. I did not sit down and just read a bunch of things that other people did and then write my own restating, revomiting of those things, and then put on multiple layers of spectacles so that I look very emaciated and weird,
like a praying mantis with eyeballs out like this. Praying mantises could whoop the shit out of these people by the dozen. No, I studied the psychological warfare. I examined its application in the world, and I found a way to beat it that is empirical. All conservative content creators, they should all be reaching out. They should all be reaching out. Go to the source of the success. The extreme censorship. As described, the proposed amendment as an assassination of freedom of speech. Did I tell you? I have not read this article yet. Did I tell you? I mean, it's like all things in existence have already happened and are happening, and I can tap into it all. I have not read this. What a surprise. It is an assassination of freedom of speech and thinking. Oh, yeah, let's see the masses come out for the assassination of speech. This government does not want citizens to be free to express their opinions. We are introduced to such rules as in a totalitarian state. Oh, boy. Well, you got them there. You got them. It's practically become a totalitarian state around here. Martha, can you tell how totalitarian it is? Check the barometer. We've reached heavy totalitarianism. They want us to come out and fight the omnipotent totalitarianism. You can't even deal with your diabetes, bitch. Stop thinking you have the way. Stop finding content creators out there that share your limp dick conclusions and then supporting them. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Well, so that's what's going to happen to Poland. They're not going to listen to yours truly. Nope. The Polish government could reach out to me. I am open to the Polish government reaching out to me. Let's see if it happens. Or let's see if they continue to do this asininity and we watch Poland go down the drain like the rest of the West. Let's see. Let us move on to The Daily Show and what I don't get what is going on with Elon Musk surely he has seen us. Surely he's heard of us. I mean, if he listens to and reposts and retweets total losers, and you all know who I'm talking about, then surely he knows of us. But here he reposts this from The Daily Show. Of course, it's a black guy, so probably makes Musk, since he grew up like everyone else in the anti-white narrative, since he grew up like everybody else in the anti-white narrative and believes as a consequence that non-white people's values, especially the angelized black race, that their values, that their concerns, that their opinions have value, that they're meaningful, and that if they agree with white people, then yeah, share that right away. Make them our leader. Worship their blackness. Make them our leaders because they agree somewhat with here or there with us. Dumbasses. Non-white opinions, including black opinions, only matter to anti-whiteism when they are anti-white. When those opinions are anti-white. When black people agree that white people shouldn't be condemned and victimized on the basis of our birth, they're called the same names, the same anti-white slurs that are used on us. But Jason, should you say that it's an anti-white slur
that racist is an anti-white slur. If they're going to call the black conservative, I think we should be a little bit more inclusive. Shut up, Betty. Shut up, Aunt B. Stop thinking about, go do some knitting. Go do some knitting. Be a set of hands applauding my leadership. Be a set of hands, and then be a voice to tell those around you to shut up and follow Jason Kuna. That's what you got to be, Aunt B. Stop thinking about how this can be remedied. You and your thinking and those like you are the reason we are where we are today. It's either going to be me, and I'm forgiving. It's either going to be me or somebody like me, a white guy like me, who might be a lot less forgiving. And then white idiots out there getting in the way of the reclamation of our destiny. You all might find yourselves shuffled into camps by those white leaders who are recapturing our destiny because you are in the way. And at the end of the day, real, genuine white leadership that is not going to allow the Western kind, Westmen, to be extinguished, will extinguish plenty of you who get in the way. They'll have no problem, because the primary obstacle to the recapture of our destiny is white people thinking that they know the way out of this, and that just keep perpetuating the hamster wheel of asininity. So here you have Musk. He's like, a black guy said something negative about DEI, which of course is DIE, which is just a name, set of names, an acronym of infinite number of names they can give to anti-whiteism. So why don't you just obey us and call it anti-whiteism? Stop calling it DEI. Stop calling it diversity, equity, inclusion. Stop calling it didn't earn it. Oh, I'm so snarky. Did you catch the whiff of my snark? Did you catch it? I'm the snarkiest guy in town. Whoa, that's going to take back our civilization. Epic snark. Didn't earn it. Oh, didn't earn it. What a giddy thing to say and to think you're making a point. Didn't earn it. How impressive. How impressive you can. I swear, I would make Patton pistol whipping soldiers look like absolute child's play. Ivory revolver to pistol whip you. I would not get your blood and guts on my ivory revolvers. No, I might use like a flail or a mace to beat you with. Epic snark. And it's not boneheaded. No, it's not boneheaded. It's not dingleberry-ish. No, it's epic snark. It's the band of trolls out there with the synonym groiper. They're the ones that are doing it. They got things to say like didn't earn it. Half-wit Muppets. So let's see. He says, Elon Musk says, Daily Show with applauding hands. So was it really worthy of applauding? Another black guy, probably with half my IQ, probably literally half my IQ, probably literally, and making more money in 3, 4, 5 years than I'll make in my entire lifetime. Welcome to the West. Do you really think that white guys like me are going to sit around forever and tolerate this shit? Our intelligence, our industry, our ingenuity, the dues that we pay, the civilization that is our rightful inheritance. Do you really think we're going to sit around forever and we're just going to tolerate this running roughshod and absolute stomping us into the ground? Do you really think we're going to tolerate that forever? I mean, white guys like me, as it gets worse and worse, the very first groups to target are these faux leaders
of the white race. In other words, the resistance against anti-whiteism. Those will be the first ones to target. If it gets worse and worse, those people will have to go on vacations. Long, long vacations.
Means more fair hiring policies, new anti-discrimination rules for the
How does this sound? How's the audio compared to my audio? I guess it's okay because it's not over here.
workplace and sensitivity training seminars. And the first thing it led to was a shitload of ads.
Oh, a shitload of ads. Thank you so much. I'm just my whole life being like browbeaten and having like half-wits compared to me, half-wits lecture me in this like superannuated. There's absolutely, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. We're running out of time. I got so much to say, but we're just going to have to continue.
Real progress on diversity and inclusion doesn't happen without real work.
So in other words, are white people being victimized? It means no white people. Diversity means no white people. Fewer and fewer white people, especially white males. Oh, they'll allow some of the white females to stay. White females are increasingly being targeted. But hey, if nothing else, it is an opportunity to get some office ass, right?
Celebrate diversity into your X1 voice remote to discover curated content.
Look, this is America.
Content today.
Every day, General Mills serves the world by making food people love. And inclusion is one of our secret ingredients.
I can't. I'm just pontificated to by displacers, by white erasers, half-wits.
At Kraft Heinz, our purpose is to make life delicious.
Look at all these different companies. They're saying no white people. No, is that victimization? Legal discrimination and socially, morally, ethically endorsed and applauded. Every king company.
And we believe we can't achieve that without one essential ingredient: diversity. It's diversity that makes life delicious.
Fuck that. It's diversity that makes you want to puke my fucking guts out. That's what it is.
We're on a 400-year-long journey.
And look, and the black women are all pregnant. They all pregnant. The white women, they're told, hey, you got to be a slut. You got to have as many guys as possible and maybe even never get married. But you just need to bed down everywhere and then be a spinster and get old and die with a bunch of pets around you. That's what you need to do. But the non-white women, they show pregnant.
Scars don't fade, but neither does hope.
Ask your doctor if black people are right for you. That's right.
Yeah, so that's where I'm sure like an Elon Musk or your basic bitch white person, they're like, oh, he must be on our side. He must be on our side. No, it's called pacing, you half-wit. That's what it's called, pacing. He's giving you a joke for your side of the argument, which is the victimized side, so that he can reel you right in and then bring you in the direction he wants to go, which is more anti-whiteism.
Nobody's buying Vaseline because of diversity. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever actually bought Vaseline. It's just there. Like it comes.
You notice these. This is like the Seinfeld show. Did you ever watch the Seinfeld show? They had took snippets, and I saw this a number of times on the internet years ago, and they played snippets without the laugh track, and nothing they said was funny. The laugh track is what makes you laugh and think it's funny.
Comes with the house, right? So that's how things stood in 2020, but that was like 15 years ago. Today, when people talk about DEI, it's more likely to sound like this.
DEI is just a rebranded version.
So is that how, now he's setting up a false context that 20 years ago, when we talked about DEI, it was all about making things more delicious.
all about making them more delicious and livable and vibrant. And remember the words they used to always use? It was just 20 years ago. But nowadays, when people talk about it, it is that what the judge here is going to say, that it's discrimination against white men. Is that what she says? Let's see.
Version of hating white people.
Okay, so hating white people. Of course, the black judge is able to say this Ingram white female, this crane of a human being. She should be standing out in a field with one leg up off the ground, pecking through the dirt. She won't be able to say that it's victimizing white people because she's more anti-white than the black judge is. But is that the conversation about? No. People have complained about, well, the conservatives in their normal way of complaining about DEI have been complaining about that ever since it was introduced as a title of rubric in education and work, etc. The mentioning of the white race, though, that's our doing. And you'll see more about that. And the fact that we're not getting credit and not getting the invites and everything just shows how far the white race has fallen. But this guy is setting up this false construct to move you through. Well, in the past, they used to say nice things. Now they say bad things. And I think what he's going to do now is he agrees with the bad things to say that it's not doing enough.
DEI in this case stands for divisive, erroneous, and insidious.
Oh, it's divisive, erroneous, and insidious. Oh, cheers. Cheers. You're so witty. Laura's so witty. Let's make her another million with her next book, okay? Let's go out and make her more of a millionaire. And while Jason muddles away for decades in impoverished obscurity, doing the thing that works, let's make sure that Ingram, with diverse, erroneous, and invidious, whatever she said as well, let's just make sure that that's the way that it continues, okay?
DEI
she makes the money.
Didn't earn it.
Oh, he didn't earn it.
Discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination.
Oh, discriminate. Why can't you just, they will call it, these cuck dickless losers, except for Ingram. She probably has a pretty big dick. These cucked losers will call it anything but what it obviously is in front of their face. A victimization of white people in our norms. Stop supporting these people. Support us. Christ's sake.
Nation.
DEI. DEI stands for Dr. Dre, Eazy-E, and Ice Cube.
They laugh and cheer at that. Though that sounds like a bunch of 5-year-olds to me that should never be given any respect whatsoever. I mean, sake. Woo! Somebody called Ice Cube. Are you serious? This is Western civilization. Shut your fucking mouth up, you absolute children. You think we're going to go to the stars with Dr. Dre? Ice Cubes. No, they're going to be like hip-hopping. They're going to be hip-hopping with their like cardboard spaceship behind them.
Yeah. Y'all cheering out there, but do you want with attitude coming to your office?
Oh, yeah. Okay, the NWA. Yeah, like no one should know what that is. They should have been, that band, they should have been collected and then dropped off in Zambia or dropped off in some hostile tribe in Africa. Bing, there you go. Now let's see if you are with attitude. You're going to be more probably like with spices on your ass as they turn you on a spit.
These right wingers are crazy, right? Jesus. But here's the part where you all stop applauding everything I say. The truth about DEI.
Oh my God. That's how you make that sound. It's. If you can't get that, there isn't much more that you'll be able to get.
Is that although it's well-intentioned, it's mostly garbage.
So here you have it. Here you have it. Here's where, I don't know, maybe this is where Musk had another rocket taking off. He's like, mostly garbage. Wow, that's good. Black guy's saying that. Mr. Musk, your rocket is taking off. Oh, yeah. Well, let me turn to that right now. Actually, he can't talk that smoothly, but.
Okay? It's kind of like the Black Little Mermaid. Just because racists hate it doesn't mean it's good.
Okay, so if white people, notice the anti-white narrative here. If white people object to it because it's not representative, or it's white representative of our people, our norms, our customs, because it is white erasing us from our stories, our narratives, our etc. If we object to it, then you are the worst thing in Western civilization. You are the synonym of the devil, of evil. And that, of course, is the word we don't use, which is racist. So do you see how that kind of just sneaks in right there? So if white people don't like it, doesn't make it good. It needs to be even more anti-white, says this anti-white, non-white.
And you know I'm right, because every one of you has sat through one of those diversity training sessions and thought, this is some bullshit. And it's not just you.
No, they often will think it's bullshit, but because it's a waste of time, they would just rather have the day off than have to sit through the class. And they know it's not for them. They know it's for the white people. So for them, it's a total waste of time. It's anti-white obedience training. It's just for the white people. And I would not put it past them in the coming years in businesses and schools and all to say to non-white people, okay, you don't have to attend. You're not the evil ones in Western civilization.
Over 900 studies have shown that DEI programs don't make the workplace better for minorities. In fact,
non-whites don't use minorities. And how could it not all these studies? So do you want to debate them on the studies?
Can actually make things worse because of the backlash effect.
The backlash, which you will be absolutely fired. You will be, if you're white, you would be removed so fast from the totality, not just of your job, but from the industry. If you decided you were going to get revenge on the preferential treatment. Now, how could, just pay attention to what this anti-white guy just said. He just said that there is backlash because of what? What could there be backlash for? The preferential treatment, the special privileges, the freedom from responsibility that anti-whites who are non-white or otherwise privileged group get at the expense of Western kind, specifically white males. So he's saying we get preferential treatment, special privileges, freedom from responsibility that could engender backlash. No evidence of backlash. There never is. It's like the evidence of the anti-white concept, institutional race. There is no evidence of it. If anything's institutionalized, it's anti-whiteism. It's actually in the laws. They're having commercials. It's everywhere you go in these buildings. It's just like, we're all for getting rid of white males. They'll call it diversity. They'll call it etc. That's what's institutionalized. So this guy just admitted to the preferential treatment.
Remember DARE from school? Y'all remember DARE? Yeah. She said, woo. DEI training is like DARE for racism. And you...
It's totally inane. Of course, this was to stop children from using drugs and talking to them about the dangers of it. And it happens to work with white children.
You all know how effective that was. I was sitting there going, oh, shit, there's a ton of fun drugs I should try.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's just, we're not the same. Maybe that's, we're not the same.
I didn't even know about Molly. Thanks, Officer John. But the biggest failure of DEI is that the number of black people in power at big companies is basically the same as it was 5 years ago.
I mean, can you believe that? First of all, it's basically the same. False. False. But can you imagine having to have your backward looking for your current point have to be so shallow as 5 years? Basically,
basically the entire echelons of all the biggest of companies.
It says this guy. I'm doing an impersonation of him the best I can. I'm not great at it.
They not all black yet. They not 100. White people still there. If white people there, then it means it hadn't worked.
In fact, maybe the only thing that DEI has accomplished is giving racist white people cover to be openly racist.
DEI breeds complacency.
So that's what he's claiming, to be white, give white people cover to be racist. So who are the evildoers in this anti-white narrative? Do you want to remain inside of it, my conservative brothers and sisters out there, or do you want to follow us to freedom and well-being?
Dana, and complacency kills.
We're going to have doctors who don't know how to perform heart surgery, and we're going to have planes that are falling out of the sky.
Boeing recently bragged not about being the best in the business, but about surpassing its diversity quotas. Oh, goody. But then, not so good, a door flying off one of Boeing's 737 Supermaxes.
I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
So notice there, all of these conservative content creators are talking about anything other than our victimization. They're talking about everything else. And this guy is admitting, by the way, that his motivation is non-white hirees that are automatically qualified on the basis of their race and occasionally sex. Because if you say otherwise, then you are this anti-white slur.
I mean, honestly, when I see a black pilot, I'm not worried that we're going to crash. I'm worried that we're going to get pulled over.
Yeah, this is the anti-white narrative. Yeah, black people, everywhere they go, it's just so hard on you. Fuck you. It will never again be this good for blacks on planet Earth. Never again. This is you could never do this. I mean, this is unbelievable. Yeah, they're worried about just getting pulled over. Fuck you.
Okay? That's right. That's right. That's right. And no, officer, I will not step out of this vehicle. All right? But yeah, they're blaming DEI for everything. Even that bridge in Baltimore. They called Baltimore's mayor the DEI mayor, like he was given the job for being black. Then they said the shipping company.
Actually, I object to that usage. We talked about that's stupid to say DEI mayor, but he probably was voted for because he's black. I mean, come on.
Was too focused on DEI instead of safety. But almost the entire leadership of the company is white. No black people. Right?
Well, how many of those people are Jews? This is another trick that anti-whites like to play. It could be all but one Jew, one white person, all the rest are Jews. And they're like, look at all the white people.
If anything, the Baltimore mayor, he should have been the one to make it racist. Just come out like, these crackers knocked down my bridge.
So then he uses this anti-white. If I used a racial slur for this anti-white black POS, it would, because the anti-whites are in charge, because white people are a demonstration that whites are not in charge, he can call us this slander. And I reject the use of racial slander. So I reject him, and I push back the use on him of him using this racial slur against white people. And I apologize to those who found it offensive. But a great demonstration that anti-whites are in charge is if I did use a racial slur, I would be victimized. Him, no. Anti-whites are in charge.
Okay? All right? And one of y'all crackers better pay for it. Okay?
Again.
And honestly, I'm not surprised these programs didn't work. And here's why. It's just corporate PR. They want good vibes. And also,
it's just corporate PR. When they change the racial demographic of the company, when they actually have bodies in seats, non-white and female, that have replaced whites, males in these seats, it's just PR. It's not substance. I mean, can you believe this piece of shit is actually saying this? Of course you can, because of how anti-white he is.
So they want to cover their ass, okay? Did you know that if
they want to cover their ass? Yeah.
Can only imagine if folks like this were in charge of the English language, how quickly we would be down to a 100-page dictionary.
Company gets sued for civil rights violations, just having a DEI program will be counted as evidence in their favor, even if the program doesn't do shit. Okay? It's the I have a black friend of the legal system. Right? We don't need corporate DEI. Yes, we want diversity.
And notice as well that even though he's an anti-white, and this is something that I've noticed over the years, and really informed a chunk of this informed a piece of the greater picture of what I've done with the Go Free practice, is that everything he's saying is from the position of what's good for blacks. You notice that? It's always what's good for blacks. You see a Jewish guy in this position, he'd be talking about what's good for Jews. Hispanic, what's good for Hispanics. Asian, what's good for Asians. White people, what's good for everybody but white people.
And equity and inclusion, but we don't want it from Vaseline. Although I'm not going to front, Vaseline has been there for the black community. Respect, okay? Right? That's right.
So he can do this black power fist. But if I did a salute associated ostensibly, nominally, with white people who cared about white people, I would be gone.
Moisturized, okay? Look, man, real DEI is only...
Oh, by the way, you're welcome for that. You're welcome. It's not Vaseline. It's the white race, motherfucker. So you could get down on your knees and thank me. Go ahead and thank me, and I will be the avatar. In fact, every white person you come across, get down on your knee and thank them for the Vaseline that you use to moisturize your face. How about all the tech in that studio? How about those dollars? How about the white women you get to bed down with all the dollars and the fame that Western civilization is giving you? How about all the fancy meals? How about all the electricity? How about the fancy watch on your wrist? Were any of those clothes produced by a tribe in Nambia?
Only going to come from black leadership. I don't know how to do it because I'm not a black leader, but I do know
it's got to come from black leadership. Blacks need to be in charge. So white people, you got it?
Know how to tell if it's working. Just keep an eye on right-wing media. The more they're freaking out, the more progress we're making.
Yeah, that's funny. The more the right wing and progress, just note what he defined as progress. This is the things that I, over the years, have done and I've been teaching. What do they call progress? He's calling progress fewer white males, fewer white people. That's what he's calling progress. So you can see, oh, my conservative brothers and sisters out there, don't look for the abstraction. Don't look for the abstraction. What did he just call progress? We're going to jump to our final item, which is this false dichotomy of Benny Shapiro versus the sassy black. And remember, you just got to learn how to do this. I got sassy. Do like this one of these things too. They're like, and white people look at it like it's some kind of, oh, nobody can do that but a black woman. Nobody can. It's impossible. It's just they're tied into nature. That's my impersonation of white people who are worshipful of black female, sassy black females. So it's your false dichotomy. Let's dig into it with the one and great King Dice.
The Candace Owens Ben Shapiro beef, the Daily Wire debacle over the second largest company in conservative media firing Candace for criticism of Israel for saying things that most Americans would agree with, has entered its third week now. It is only getting bigger. The backlash is growing. The controversy is not going away. The criticism continues to mount against the Daily Wire. And now, next week, Ben and Candace may sit down face to face.
He looks like a very unhappy bunny. Why is he in a bunny costume? Is there some kind of weird Jewish ritual where he wears a bunny costume and you make a grumpy face like a little turtle crawling out of a angry bunny costume? Little Benny Shapiro, multi-millionaire. $150,000 on Facebook alone to spread this man's deeds, spread his words. Wonder why he's so popular.
able to make deals with the YouTube anti-whites.
Face and have a long-awaited debate about various issues regarding.
Did he really wear a bunny costume, or did somebody just put his head and face in there? That's silly.
Regarding Israel and supposed anti-Semitism. And this is not about internet drama or two powerhouse conservative hosts having a beef. It's about something so much bigger. It's about Conservative Inc., the mainstream corporate conservative media, trying to control the narrative about what people are allowed to talk about regarding American foreign policy.
Franklin is right. Charlie Kirk does need me to come on as a guest. And I am the expert of all experts on the psychological warfare that took down Western civilization. We're not allowed to discuss what's good for our people without being called the usual anti-white slurs, says Man of the West. You can. That sentence right there, and I'm not picking on you, this is what people say. Not allowed. That's one of the first things that you have to address in yourself. We do not need permission from anti-whites to defend ourselves. You need permission to criticize non-white groups. You need permission to all of that from anti-whites. We don't do that. We have a moral defense with the tools provided by the Go Free practice, and we never look to anti-whites for permission or validation or approval or sanctioning or anything else. Validation, we never look to them. So it's important. This is one of those things, like when, and we all do it, when you hear yourself say in your own head, we are not allowed, acknowledge that you didn't put that sentence into yourself, that was inflicted upon you, and it infantilizes you. It makes you a child to the adults who are the anti-whites. What are you allowed? What are you not allowed? It is analogous to owning our victimization, where you'll hear this very often from conservatives. Why are we doing, and then insert something negative to ourselves? Our victimizer loves when their propaganda gets you to own your own victimization. So just be aware of that. But you're right. Use these tools and you will be able to defend us and make the opposition look immoral when they object to our defense. Jay Bishop is with us. Good to see you. Got thumbs up, Man of the West right there. Thank you so much. This guy can speak for all blacks, but Tucker is married to rabid individualism. Precisely, says Wing It Productions. Precisely. Reginald is here. Great to see you. Ken Folk is here. Great to see you. Yeah. You can speak, like when a group has group identity, you can speak for them as a suggestion to the totality of the people about whatever it might be for their consideration. So this black guy is able to speak as a representative for the totality of the black race, and blacks accept it because it's a submission to the totality of them for their consideration. White people are not going to do. They're not going to try to do that. They're selfish individualists, and people like Tucker push that, and it's insidious and destroys us. Coconut is here. Great to see you.
Israel and Jews. But before we get into all that, just a quick heads up, the new Christ is King shirt is finally available in that is Christ is King situation this week. I'll play that clip in just a moment. He has become a political powerhouse recently. He was always very successful with his Valuetainment channel, but never really got political, did very interesting interviews about a lot of different things. But since he launched his podcast, he has become a political powerhouse. And this is what he said about the situation this week, which got a lot of people's attention.
CBN is what? What does CBN stand for? Christian Broadcasting Network. It's not, a RBN, religious broadcasting network. It's what? Christian Broadcasting Network. Daily Wire can be Daily DJW, Daily Jewish Wire, or DIW, Daily Israel Wire. No problem.
Yeah.
If that's your value, stick to that.
Little band.
So that is I know people are trying to act like, well, he wasn't trying to say, and it was obviously, what is he's Arab, right? Is he Muslim? But what he's trying to do with that, obviously, is to focus on the support for Israel that comes by way of the Daily Wire, which is, without fetter, without bound. So since he has a problem with Jews, he's going to make this little comment about, well, it should just be Daily Jewish, etc.
Also got roasted by comedian Andrew Schultz this week.
He makes the argument for censorship. He calls it something else.
Yeah, I forget the term. I have it in my phone.
But I don't even think he's using the term right. But he's basically like, there's a window of ideas we accept.
Yes.
And we accept ideas between this, I guess this is, if I get window, you're looking like this. So we accept ideas between here and here. And anything outside of that window, well, you're fireable. That's censorship.
What?
That's censorship. That's the real world. I mean, you all know me. I don't like Benny Shapiro. He's anti-white. I don't like him because he's anti-white, not because he's Jewish, not because he supports Israel. I kind of expect that's what he would do, would be supporting Israel if he's Jewish. And under any circumstance too. I don't think it's natural for a people to demonize their own. I don't think that's natural or normal. What white people do. And so, yeah, to say that we at this place for an employer to say this is the range of conversation, and if you go outside of that, then we're going to get rid of you. I think that is totally acceptable. How is it not? Because what is the logical conclusion if you say, well, then you could just say anything you want? What's the logical conclusion of that? Anything you want could be said. Like, where would this clown draw the line then? And this guy's anti-white.
But he's acting as if this is like a justified reason for firing people when you built your identity and platform off of no censorship and freedom of speech and facts don't care.
No, obviously, they should be called out for the claim, the false claim that it is a total freedom of speech, because it's obviously not a freedom of speech. It is a criticism of Israel is well within the range of a legitimate opinion. At the same time, your employer, if they're Jews and they're going to defend Israel no matter what, then it's also perfectly understandable if they can your ass at that point. This is really unbecoming of white people to go to the Jews and say, why aren't you fighting for us the way you fight for yourselves? And it would be some Jews, because it's not all Jews, a percentage of the overall population. It is unbecoming. It is childish, and it is a demonstration of how far our people have fallen.
Care about your feelings and all this.
Also funny that window happens to end where his beliefs end.
Isn't that interesting? You would say that.
He's the employer. I'm sure if this guy is Arab and he's a Muslim, I'm sure you couldn't go beyond the edge of this guy's opinions.
Pro-Israel, that's where the window ends. That's also your specific personal belief.
What?
So,
now, before you give Andrew Schultz too much credit, you should know that he is an ardent Black Lives Matter supporter and rubs elbows with the mainstream media in order to promote their agenda, including their communist tactics. This is a little skit that he did for Netflix.
Rioting is never peaceful. It is the intention I did.
Is violent, friend.
I just
so
don't
you
see.
can't have an opinion on your platform that is not pro a country that is not ours.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Crazy.
So is the Daily Wire an American media platform, or is it an Israeli media platform?
This is all the sort of lowbrow pontificating, posing an accusation or opinions in the form of a question, which adults can see. Intelligent people can see what you're doing.
Asking.
You better believe if I'm able to start a white ADL, that I'm not going to allow opinions that go outside of Go Free and the work that we do. Like if I hired somebody and they got in there and they were suddenly like Jay Spurging their asses off, they would be gone in a minute. Because that's not what we do.
Guys cooking. Well, maybe Mr. Schultz doesn't want to be part of the mainstream media anymore, but in the past, he certainly tried. He also continued to attempt damage control by going on Megyn Kelly's podcast, where he presented one of the most pathetic straw man arguments I've ever heard, who only a complete moron would believe. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like the Daily Wire subscribers are all that bright.
It's now spun into a debate about whether the Daily Wire is pro-free speech. The accusation is you are until it comes to Israel. How do you respond?
I mean, what I will say is that we have a wide variety of positions on Israel right now inside the Daily Wire. Matt Walsh, obviously, is another one of the hosts at the Daily Wire. He and I wildly disagree about what America's Israel policy should be. Matt is much more isolationist. He basically believes the United States has no real interests in the Middle East, and thus the United States should not be providing material support to anyone, including the state of Israel. Matt obviously is well within the sort of group of hosts that we have here at the Daily Wire. So clearly, whatever is going on is not about Israel specifically. That's really all I have to say about it.
Did you catch that, Soph?
And there's also this like reeling back. These people that are Candace Owens supporters in this, which is really the Jay Spurging side of it, whether or not that's what she intended, that's what she was doing, that's what she intends to do, whether or not there's like this reeling back. And it's also unbecoming and very noticeable, blatant that, oh, at 1 minute they'll be saying that they're drinking Christian blood and they are in charge of all things and responsible for all evil. And then they want to reel it back and say, oh no, all we want to do is ask some questions about Israel. Come on. And then this is what our race is embroiled in. This is what our people, supposedly people who care about the well-being of Western kind, that they're embroiled in. This is like their subject. Are you kidding?
Street, Matt Walsh being a non-interventionalist and not wanting to give U.S. tax dollars to any foreign country, including Israel, which is usually the one exception that Republicans and mainstream conservative talk shows will carve out when they claim that they're America first and they don't rail against President Zelensky and so they don't want to give a dime to Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia, but they usually almost always make the exception for Israel. That is not criticism of Israel or Israel's response to Gaza or their activities or treatment of the Palestinians. This is the new talking point that they came up with after the disastrous interview with Piers Morgan, which deserves a replay even if you've seen it, because we shouldn't forget what a weasel Ben Shapiro is. This should be the Daily Wire's Bud Light moment, and it may be, which is why it's now into its third week, and the controversy and the criticism is only growing. Before, they probably hired a crisis response team, a PR agency, to try to war game talking points for how to save what's left of Ben Shapiro's reputation. This was how he responded to any questions about what happened to Candace Owens over there.
One of the consequences of this war has been a lot of very high passions on both sides, a lot of angry disagreements. You and your company have been at the center of a very high-profile one at the moment with Candace Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Piers.
So her contract didn't expire, and she didn't quit, because actually on her last episode, she told the audience that she'll see them tomorrow. But, of course, that didn't happen.
At all?
At all.
Look at that smug little smirk.
Can't give me any insight into why she departed?
No hints, no nothing. I'm not going to speak to this.
He was just hoping that it would blow over. This interview was most likely booked before the firing. And so, to Pierce's credit, who went off for an entire week after Alex Jones was restored on Twitter, upset about that, even though his show is called Uncensored. So, to Pierce's credit, he saw this opportunity and pressed Ben a little bit.
Can I ask why?
I mean, you can ask.
No, I'm not. You can ask why you don't want to say anything.
Again, you can ask.
He's an adult. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you expect out of like a teenager.
Well, that was then, and this is now, because now Ben Shapiro considers just asking questions of which the answers may lead to criticism of Israel to be anti-Semitic.
Right, this is the game that is played by so many corrupt commentators, just asking questions. I don't have to show you evidence that something terrible is happening. I don't have to actually demonstrate how the thing is happening.
This is funny because when I first heard about the J Spurs saying they just want to ask questions, I came to almost the exact same thing that Shapiro said here.
I don't have to tell you who the problem is, wink, wink, but I can just tell you.
It's the framing of opinions and accusations in the form of a question. And this sort of, I just want to ask questions, is what the powerless, what the weak position is. I just want to ask a question. It is, it's unbecoming, and it's small, and it's obvious what's actually trying to be done there by those who are nothings. You just want to ask questions.
Right now that there is, but even, and if I'm asked about it, hey, I'm just asking questions. Now, let me tell you something about just asking questions for a second. Just asking questions is a game for children. My son is 7. He can just ask questions. My daughter is 10. She can just ask questions. If you are 50 and you are just asking questions, I don't think you're just asking questions.
He's referring to not only Candace Owens, but also Tucker Carlson right there with the comment about being 50.
I think that your level of curiosity is actually quite low. I think that you don't care enough to know or know enough to care. I think that the vast majority of people who are in the just asking questions business have an answer that they want to suggest, but they know there's no evidence for it. So instead they hide behind just asking questions.
Actually, what he means is often the answer is so politically incorrect that it will lead to someone's cancellation. And so instead they ask the question so that their audience can arrive at that answer on their own, instead of them having to blurt it out and create a soundbite that can then be used for their cancellation. But a talk show host getting their audience to think for themselves isn't allowed anymore these days, according to Ben Shapiro.
WOK says, remember, Shapiro doesn't give a damn about the browning of America. Exactly. He's totally anti-white. Precisely.
Also, just yesterday, after 2 weeks, Christopher Rufo, the leader in the fight.
Rufo, who is a constant guest on with Jesse Waters on the Brain, to talk about anti-whiteism without saying anti-whiteism, without talking about the discrimination against our people, and just happens to be married to an Asian woman and very concerned about discrimination against Asians, and has Asian children with that woman.
Gets critical race theory and DEI weighed in on the Candace controversy, agreeing with Ben Shapiro, saying that she should have been fired. And while Ben Shapiro oddly won't comment on why Candace Owens was fired, fellow Daily Wire host...
This is bizarre. This guy's supposed to be a Christian?
Andrew Klavan was very open and upfront about it and called for Candace to be fired and was glad that she got fired and cited one of the reasons as being, she said, Christ is king.
When you use that phrase to mean...
Let me just jump in there. There are folks out there who are claiming, and again, in a very childish way, that they're just saying Christ is king and that these people are coming unglued. But we can all see the reality. They are using Jesus Christ and this statement, and that should be immoral. It should be using the Lord's name in vain. If you are a troll online and you whether it's a content creator or you're just typing in live feeds or threads, and you're using the Lord's name and Christ is king because you know, and putting it in places where it's going to upset people, then as far as I'm concerned, you're using the Lord's name in vain at that point. It's not a statement of faith. For example, if you overheard Muslims talking to each other and they said, Muhammad is king, versus they get in your face and they say, Muhammad is king. You see the difference. So let's stop this nonsense about she's just saying Christ is king or whatever. If you're just saying, if that's what you're going to say at church, it's clearly not to insult other groups of people, then it is a statement of faith. If you're using it to insult and the context reveals that it's for the purpose of insulting, then it's using the Lord's name in vain. And that's what these little trolls are doing. They're using the Lord's name in vain they're using Christianity as a shield, many of whom fornicate and have various bizarre sexual desires and engage in bizarre sexual activities. And then they use Christianity to say, oh, well, I'm just a Christian, just love everybody, after attacking, insulting, slandering an entire group of human beings. Why is it relevant for us? Because that is a faux leadership against our victimization. And that type of faux leadership needs to be taken down. That's not a legitimate resistance to our victimization.
That God has abandoned his chosen people, the Jews, through whom he came into this world. It's scripture to me, my friend, and Joy feel that it too.
And that if Ben
This is disgusting. This guy trying to say this convoluted, he was just trying to say that, well, maybe God wants Ben to be a Jew rather than find Jesus Christ. This guy's supposedly a Christian. Maybe, could you imagine a Christian saying, could you imagine a Muslim saying that? Nah. I mean, this guy is an absolute bootlicker. I have no idea who he is, but you don't have to get on your knees for your employer. If you're at a place where you have to get on your knees for your employer and open your mouth, then you got to find a new employer. You should be able to do your job, not insult the employer, and make a living. This guy's absolutely on his knees for Benny.
Shapiro and or Jordan Peterson, who also works for the Daily Wire, if they were to become Christians,
it would cause devastation to do. Christ, he cannot. And I have things on this one. This top. I can't believe.
Come on.
The Sexual Research Institute, which was run by a guy named.
Okay, so yeah, Candace Owens, she brought up, and here's a great example of: do you want to end our victimization today, or do you want to engage in abstractional debates, and do you want to engage in historical revisionism? Do you want to get, because when you do that, you are invariably going to end up at some place like this, where the Nazis, one of their book burnings took place at a institute where Hirschfeld performed first gender-affirming surgeries and collected research on sexuality. I think there was something else to do there with sexualizing children maybe as well, because you put yourself, in objecting to our victimization and the attack on our norms, into the position of the villain, the consummate villain in the anti-white narrative, and siding with that villain, and thereby saddling yourself with all that people have been taught about the villain, and taught through entertainment, so that it was a lived experience. Remember, the people who learn about what the Nazis did in World War II, they're not learning it in this sort of a stale environment where it's just words on a book, statements of facts. They have novels that you read. They have movies that you watch, made for TV movies, where you are present with hunted people on the basis of their birth, and monsters are stalking these terrorized, terrified, crying and trembling human beings. And your subconscious mind received it as you were there. Do you really want to side yourself with the monsters that these people, that the rest of the population have been with the monsters' victims? This is what you invariably do. It's never a question of, well, was it right to burn the books then or not? Were the Nazis right? Why not just absolutely willfully, stupidly, drunkenly walk right into the anti-white trap?
Magnus Hirschfeld, which was the first transgender clinic in the world. And so they're trying to frame that as if Candace now supports everything that the Nazis did, as if Hitler said that children.
How many times have you heard the complaint? Well, now this conservative content creator that walked a little too close to the Nazis, now it's as though they support everything the Nazis did. Of course, that's how it works. Yes. So don't do that.
Children should brush their teeth before they go to bed. If you say that, then according to this same logic, you would support the Nazis. And by him saying that, Candace saying Christ is king, which the Daily Wire construed as her saying directly to Ben Shapiro, even though it wasn't in a direct response to anything he said. She didn't tag him in the tweet. She had tweeted it many years earlier, as well as many people say Christ is king, is very revealing, because this Twitter account called Censored Men, which is very large, has over 1 million followers.
Now, I don't know about her use of Christ is king, and if there was any context where she used it as insult rather than a statement of faith. But clearly there are people who are using the Lord's name in vain.
Posted last week screenshots of what they claimed was an email that they obtained from a Daily Wire staffer, which said that they held an emergency meeting before the firing of Candace Owens, and that one of the reasons was that they deemed Christ is king to be anti-Semitic. Now, I reported this last week, and I said, there's no verification for this, at least that.
It'd be interesting in their debate, if they end up having it, if this comes up, and then how it's addressed. Does little Benny say that essentially what I'm saying, that as a statement of faith that's not insulting to him, as opposed to the people showing up saying, you're a Jew, Christ is king. I mean, obviously, there's a difference.
At that point, but the fact that this could have been easily debunked by any Daily Wire host, but wasn't, shows that this was most likely a real email. And as Andrew Klavan admitted, one of the reasons that she was fired, because all it would have taken is for Jeremy Boring or Matt Walsh or any of the other Daily Wire hosts to say, I never got an email like that. I wasn't made aware of any meeting that took place like that. This is totally fake news. And it would have debunked this post. Not that anybody has to respond to every rumor that's going around out there, but this went mega viral from a massive account making a very specific allegation, claiming to have screenshots of an internal email. And if it was fake, which it could have been, somebody could have just duped them. They could have made it up. It could have easily been debunked with one tweet from Matt Walsh or from Andrew Klavan or Jeremy Boring or any of the Daily Wire hosts. But of course, they said nothing. And take a look at the security measures that the Daily Wire took so that nobody could record the meeting. Please note that this is a private employee-only town hall, so please do not bring independent contractors along to the meeting. Please leave all cell phones at the desk. No phones will be permitted at the town hall, which leads us to the apparent pending debate between Candace Owens.
By the way, if I were in charge of a company, I would not allow phones, and I would want everything to be kept between and among us. It's a meeting for the people who attend, not a meeting for the world. So I don't see anything wrong with that if that's what they did.
And Ben Shapiro. There were so many tweets back and forth yesterday between Candace and Ben and Jeremy Boring, Ben's hype man, that I'm not even going to pull them up or go through them all. I'll just summarize what happened. Yesterday, Candace posted that she wants to debate Ben and asked somebody to host a debate. And then little Ben responded that if Candace wants to debate, that she better be in his studio on Monday at 5 p.m. or she's a chicken. And then he posted that he's logging off for the Sabbath because a lot of Orthodox Jews log off all technology or claim to not use any technology for the Sabbath from sundown on Friday night through sundown on Saturday night. And so it turns out that Candace isn't even in town. She's not even in the country. Her husband is from England. And so her and the family are halfway around the world. And of course, there were numerous big names who stepped up offering to host a debate, from Patrick Bet-David to Tim Pool to that robot guy.
Yeah, all these people are jumping in for their own fame. They want the debate for their fame, the self-aggrandizement, the building of their audience. So they all naturally want to jump in and host the debate.
Lex Friedman and even Patrick Bet-David offering $250,000 to Lake and Riley's family if they'll have the debate on his show.
I find that absolutely despicable. It is disgusting. White people who care about white well-being should never watch that anti-white POS again. He is saying that unless he's like holding Lake and Riley's family hostage, unless they do this on my channel and aggrandize me and celebrate me and bring money to me and increase my fame and increase my audience size. Unless that happens, she's not getting the money. The family's not getting the money. I mean, seriously, he's a piece of shit. And why is it important? Like, why are any of these, the way this is discussed or being addressed, important? Well, because there is an absolutely ignoramus way to go about pushing back on anti-whiteism and our victimization. And there is an intelligent way to push back on anti-whiteism and our victimization. So if you are falling for the stupidity, then you are part of the stupid problem. Like, if you think that this is the way to go about objecting to the deterioration of Western civilization, then you are woefully midget-witted. This is the same stupid, childish shit, and you're part of the problem. Same stupid, childish shit that has been going on for generations, and is why we are here today with people like Stephanie in the courtroom.
It's got even weirder when Jeremy Boring repeated Ben's "take it or leave it," show up at my studio at 5 p.m. on Monday or you're a chicken. When Candace responded that not only is she in London, but she was scheduled to be over there with a Daily Wire film crew to be conducting some interviews or to be doing something for a Daily Wire documentary or a project that obviously Jeremy Boring would have known about, because he would have approved international travel for a host to go over there and bring an entire Daily Wire film crew. And so she said, look, I'm not even in the country. And then Jeremy said, well, you've flown all over the world in the past to do interviews. Why can't you just come back here on Monday for the interview? And then he basically agreed that she could just live stream it on her YouTube channel instead if she decides to Skype in for the debate, which would be lame because this is a debate that should take place in person, face to face. So after more bickering back and forth between Jeremy and Candace, they finally agreed that when Candace is back in the United States, that Ben Shapiro will sit down with her face to face, not on anybody else's platform, or at least if it is on somebody else's platform, there will be no moderator. So it looks like Candace can just stream it to her own personal YouTube channel then, but they'll probably demand that they allow multi-streams because the Daily Wire is going to want to use those numbers to then leverage for advertisers so that they can say, hey, look at how many millions of views we get every week. But it looks like the debate may happen unless Ben Shapiro tries to stick to his little weasel tactic of saying, it's in my studio on Monday or no debate. Now, the debate is not going to be about why Candace is fired from the Daily Wire.
He, of course, should be fine with a debate with her, since he had such choice words about her IQ and faux sophistication when he was at a bar mitzvah or whatever it was.
The Daily Wire has her locked in an ironclad NDA, although the reasons for that are quite obvious. The debate is going to be about the definition of anti-Semitism, which, as I'm sure you know, according to the ADL and Ben Shapiro and many others, is just simply disagreeing with a Jew about anything, or rather, someone who Jews hate, instead of what the actual definition is that someone who hates Jews.
Dr. Trachtenberg, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Goodlatte, Ranking Member Conyers, and members of this committee. It's an honor to be here today to testify.
There you have a moment for yourself where you have to ask, is that an important question for you? What is anti-Semitism? If you're a white person, that should not be an important question for you. Your entire focus should be on the Go Free practice and ending anti-whiteism. That's where your focus should be. Not on whether or not Jews or this Jew or that Jew or Jewish people in general are honestly applying a definition, a rigid definition of anti-Semitism in all ways. And that maybe you think they're not, and that's not fair of them, or it's not cool of them. If you're mired in that, then just understand that you are almost an irredeemable place. The only way out is through the Go Free practice, which will necessitate that you abandon all of those concerns. It doesn't matter how they define anti-Semitism. It does not matter one iota, except for where it intersects with our victimization.
So if they want to fire that, if a Jew wants to fire a black woman because he thinks that she's being anti-Semitic, why the fuck am I hearing about it? Why is it everywhere? I'm a white man, a creator of Western civilization. I don't give a shit. That just shows you how far off the path to anything successful this is why we are where we are. Don't anybody hearing my voice say, well, but Jason, just look at where we are, motherfucker. This is what you've been doing for generations. Complaining that this Jew or that Jew's not fair. And you got Stephanie in the courtroom. And you got white kids being beaten on buses and everywhere. And that's been your strategy. How does a Jew define anti-Semitism? I don't give a shit until it victimizes me and my people and Western civilization. And at that point, I will do what? I will demand that they stop being anti-white. I will demand an end to our victimization. I won't say, but you are, and your definition of anti-Semitism is not fair because it's liquid and I won't care.
The issue of anti-Semitism on college campuses. I'm grateful that you're soliciting a wide range of voices on this important subject because the right of students and faculty to express diverse views is precisely what is at stake in the current attempts to limit.
Ken Folk says, but Jason, our 40 years plan of failing is going to pay off soon. Yeah, it's even longer than 40 years. It's been failing. Yeah, exactly. It's going to pay off soon.
Campus speech. It's increasingly common to hear reports that a new anti-Semitism threatens to engender students on a scale not seen since the Second World War and the Holocaust. Studies from several major organizations have sounded the alarm that anti-Semitism is a clear and present danger, while a number of commentators have argued that yet another war against the Jews is upon us. However, they're motivated less by an actual threat facing American or world Jewry than they are part of a persistent campaign to thwart debates, scholarly research, and political activism that's critical of the state of Israel.
Of course, there is a long and growing list of things that people claim are anti-Semitic, the latest of which being saying Christ is king around Ben Shapiro because that apparently hurts his feelings. And because we don't care about Ben Shapiro's feelings.
All right. And he's made a Crisis King shirt, and you can find that over on the King Dice's King. You can find that over on his channel on YouTube. And I don't know if he has a website or not, but you can find that there. You can see how this concern with all things Jewish does nothing for the well-being of our people. Nothing whatsoever. And this is what, regrettably, we are consumed with on the internet. It's everywhere right now. You have to get away from it. You've got to go into like the most genteel, white, genteel, effete environments to get away from people wanting to talk about whether or not are they going to debate whether or not whose side are you on, and is it legit to say Christ is king? And anybody who is saying Christ is king for the purpose of insulting someone is using the Lord's name in vain. End of story. A statement of faith is clear when it's a state, just like I use with the Muslims. And you all know, all the little trolls out there know for sure that if Muslims were showing up and shouting, Muhammad is king in your spaces, that would be an insult. It would not be a statement of faith. And I wonder, you think about these people. I wonder if Candace Owens or the people who are supporting her now, the J-Spurgs out there who are supporting her, not the people who legitimately just don't like Ben Shapiro or the hypocrisy of Daily Wire. I wonder if she were in charge, or if they were in charge of an organization, and then one of a news organization, and then one of their commentators started saying that Muhammad is king. I wonder if they'd fire them or not. I am inclined to think they probably would. And with that, we'll be right back.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred.
They say you don't have culture and repeat it. The funny thing is they say it every time in English. They laugh because they think all of our people are defeated, but they're destroying themselves too. The demons block them and they just cannot see it. And I'll continue to say it many times. There's no Western civilization without our Western kind. Like a fish and a fish that can't eat whites are oh so blind to the fact they're living it and it consumes all of their mind. But okay, fine, see what happens when you choose to remove the presence. Next time things go down for you, we won't take you in, we'll let it. You chose to escape your country and come to ours for a reason. And even if you were born here, you could work on plan for leaving. But let me guess, you don't really want to leave this place, right? You have the master bedroom complaining you don't have the wife. Now where's your safety? Where's the future that you plan? How is life without the element for all you fishes on land? You don't wanna be a fish out of water. Hating on me, then you better think smarter. Coming for me, then you better go harder. Destroy yourself, destroy yourself. Oh, ain't no being nice, I put it simply. And I've got all my people ride with me. Giving you the facts, there's nothing to follow. You're gonna be a fish out of water. Always talking so negative and you know that ain't cool. You never say the positive, I've never heard a thank you. Saying we are holding you back, but we are letting you in. So if you go against us, you'll destroy yourself from within. I'm fighting for both our well-beings and I'm preying on my life. You can say that I am racist, but just face it, you're anti-white. Cause that's an anti-white slur and racism ain't hardly real. It's either love or it is hate within your heart that you feel. Saying there's something systemic within the society we built. Well then what for government just on your spot to seize help? The term racist was invented to control people and limit their greatness. Homogenous environments prosper, globalists cannot take this. That is part of the reason white areas see no white faces. You're complaining you're oppressed while looking all comfy. Mad about a population, well let me tell you something. I can't help the Westman built the most amazing of countries. You don't wanna be a fish out of water. Hating on me, then you better think smarter. Coming for me, then you better go harder. Destroy yourself, destroy yourself. Oh, ain't no being nice, I put it simply. And I've got all my people ride with me. Giving you the facts, there's nothing to follow. You're gonna be a fish out of water. You don't wanna be a fish out of water. Hating on you, then you better think smarter. Coming for me, then you better go harder. Destroy yourself, destroy yourself. Oh, ain't no being nice, I put it simply. And I've got all my people ride with me. Giving you the facts, there's nothing to follow. You're gonna be a fish out of water. Westman, you need to be firm. Westman, so our future is earned. Westman, that's your identity. Westman, it's your true entity. Westman, you need to be firm. Westman, so our future is earned. Westman, protect what your ancestors built. Westman, you should have no white guilt. And if they're hating, you don't wanna be a fish out of water. Hating on me, then you better think smarter. Coming for me, then you better.
Let's go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis. Celebrate big and loud. We're going to begin the swashbuckling segment, which is not a very long swashbuckling segment because we're going to get into some really special swash in a moment. We're going to begin with the honors roll call. Make sure you salute 07's raucous emojis, crowns and gems, and 96's. Let me hear the voices ring out in celebration of our victories. Beginning right now with the honors roll call, at the very top, the All-Stars. And at the very top of the All-Stars, we have Promethean Healing. God bless him. The rest of the All-Stars here. We have Joseph in the All-Stars of the honors roll call. And we also have in the All-Stars, we have user 57 is over there in the All-Stars.
as well as Mother of Victory, is in the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call. And continuing with the rest of the honors roll call, we have Darth Biden, user 72, user 55, based in Florida is there. Hartman is there. And June is over there. Joseph is on the honors roll call. Young, or rather LG is here on the honors roll call. Defeat Deceit is here. Tamara, as well as Maverant, also on the honors roll call. We have, rounding out on this portion of it, Happy Cat is there. King Petrus, Save Western Civilization Now. Wingit is over here. GDA, as well as Greg and Zanazak. And finally, we have Alec, as well as WK Hendrickson and Riot, all here on the honors roll call. Make sure you show them the love. Give it up for these folks. Big salutes for their service to White Wellbeing. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless everybody on the honors roll call. You too can be one of those we celebrate on a monthly basis at the first Sunday of every month. And we're going to continue with the great celebration, the great swash on this wonderful Sunday. We begin with, you know him well, ladies and gentlemen, Franklinator, IRL, making it shine. Give it up. 07s, quadruple 07s, big salutes for Franklinator in celebration for White Wellbeing. Stop White Erasure. Big swash right there, ladies and gentlemen. Epic swash. And we have a swashing through here as well. John, once again, with his beautiful handwriting. We are for White Wellbeing. No white guilt. .org. Give it up for these two gentlemen who in the IRL are making their voices heard everywhere they go. Look at that. How glorious. Big salutes. John, look at that handwriting. Epic. Loving it. We also have, believe it or not, Libs of TikTok back again. We have Scottish First Minister Humza Yousaf described Rawlings' tweets as offensive and upsetting. Scotland passed the hate speech bill, and the first day it received over 4,000 complaints. The majority of them were reportedly about Humza's anti-white. Now, she incorrectly says and harmfully says anti-white racist comments. We need to make sure that Libs of TikTok knows it is just anti-white, but big salutes to Libs of TikTok using anti-white. God bless you. And we also have next, look at this, one of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, stiff salute. Gems and crowns. 9 words, 6 key concepts. One of Western kind says, in the anti-white narrative, when you're white, you can never be anti-white enough. So true. Anti-white whites will not be spared from the anti-whiteism they themselves support. Take a look at those views. 43,000 views, ladies and gentlemen. 43,000. Give it up for one of Western kind. Big salutes to this champion. Who did it? One of Western kind. Swashed, bitches. That's who did it. This is some epic swash. We're swashbuckling. Nothing can stop us. We are the ones changing the world. And we jump on over to Anglo-Saxon over here on a comment under the great Mark Dice. And he says here, who else is sick of these bigoted anti-white media hosts? Ladies and gentlemen, 841 likes. Remember, these are not the J-Spurgs that are agreeing and celebrating with us. These are ordinary white folk. God bless Anglo-Saxon for this unbelievably epic victory in swashbuckling. We also want to celebrate the great Eric over there in the one
great country, the once great country of Australia. He was out the other day posting giant posters with our dialectics, our lexicon on it, by on a river where numerous people come out to swim. They're all going to be seeing these gigantic billboard type posters out there. Big salutes for that champion down under. Glorious. It is absolutely glorious. Swashbuckling out over the waters of the river in Australia. Big salutes. God bless you. God bless that champion. We also want to celebrate Vincent James, who just used anti-whiteism. Let's have a little listen to it. We're going to return to it in the Go Free lesson of the day.
Greg Abbott signed an executive order Wednesday to combat anti-Semitism at universities in the state amid a surge in the problem across the nation and the world. The order requires colleges to add a definition of anti-Semitism to their free speech policies and ensure those policies lay out a clear punishment of anti-Semitic speech. Clear punishment. Anti-Semitism is never acceptable in Texas, and we will do everything we can to fight it, Abbott said. Schools have been under intense pressure since the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which preceded a massive spike in anti-Semitism. Now, he doesn't care about anti-whiteism like this Trump legal team does.
Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate. He doesn't care. Greg Abbott doesn't care about anti-whiteism. I really want you to keep the celebrating going. Big celebrating, ladies and gentlemen. Big 07s, more than you've ever put. Quadruple 07s, 96s, crowns, gems. Let me see the flag of swashbuckling. Let me see the black flag of our swashbuckling. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the foundation for white well-being is now online. And in just a moment, we will have the one and only OT leader, Biospirit of the West, to tell us all about it. Celebrate! I could not be more excited than this very moment to bring to you the one and only Biospirit of the West. Hello, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It is so awesome to have you on. The news is glorious. The tweet was earlier. Brother, tell us everything you have to share.
Well, it's great to be here. We did the reveal on Twitter today, announcing that the Foundation for White Wellbeing is live. And if anyone wants to look at the website, it is www.thefoundationforwhitewellbeing.org. And is there any way that we can bring it up on the screen that we can show?
I'll pull it up.
Okay. Because I just want to kind of go through it a little bit so that folks can know it's there, who are listening and not looking at it.
Yep.
So on our homepage, we've got a video, which is the Our Message of Hope video, which is narrated by none other than No White Guilt. And this video, if you haven't seen it, I recommend that you go on the site and look at it. It's about 5 minutes long. And if you don't have tears streaming down your cheeks after you watch this video, there's something wrong with you. It really speaks to what we are doing for ending the victimization of our people and working for white well-being. So that was a centerpiece that I wanted to have on the homepage. And then to the right of that, we have a photo of Jason. And Jason is our spokesman. So he is the spokesman for the foundation, and we want to make sure that anyone coming to the website knows that he is available to be at their conference or on a podcast or any other type of media, and that's all available. And if we go to the next tab, which is the About page, That has our mission statement and our vision statement, both of which I've already posted on Twitter. I don't know that we need to read through those, but I do want to mention that for the vision statement, which is the Foundation for White Wellbeing aspires to become the preeminent advocacy group for white well-being, for Western kind. And this is something that Jason and I have talked about of how can we create an ADL for white people? How can we create an NAACP for white people? How can we create a SPLC for white people? And on and on and on. Every other group of people has their own advocacy group except for us. So as this progresses and moves forward, that is what we would like to work towards. We're not there yet, of course, but that's kind of what we're thinking of in the future. Our grant recipients we have listed, which is nowhiteguilt.org, the schoolofthewest.world, is the Unifier's Empire of Lies series. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of those in a while. And then we also have our board of directors listed, President Richard Sproat, Vice President Jason Kuna, Secretary Seamus McCarthy, and Treasurer David Stevenson. And just to let you know, Richard Sproat is a PhD in psychology and has a lot of knowledge about doing these types of organizations, and so has been very helpful in that. You all know who Seamus is. That's one and only guy in the live chat, Samuski, and the treasurer, David Stevenson, that is none other than yours truly. So I'm also revealing who I am. And we're doing this because this is the place where we're at. There is nothing to hide. We are working for white well-being. So there's no reason to hide behind any names. Going on to the donation tab, I was very happy that the person who has been so instrumental in putting together this website, Hans de Skipper, came up with this line at the top, which I think is brilliant. Donate for white well-being and get a tax-deductible receipt that directly connects the fruit of your labor to the healing of Western kind and a new Western sunrise.
Beautiful.
Isn't that excellent?
Beautiful. Absolutely.
So I loved that. And so on the donate page, this is where you can make your donation. Everything is kept confidential. And for those who are interested in getting a tax deduction for their donations, this is how you do it. On to the next page, which is the legacy giving page. We put together a lot of information for people who want to give large sums of money, people who want to make a big difference by doing an endowment. And then we also have an option for people to do corporate matching funds. Almost every corporation in the United States has a program for corporate matching funds. So if you are working for a company that has this, you can say that you want to name the foundation as the charity that you want to have your corporation do the matching funds for. And whatever you donate to the foundation, your employer will match that. So it's a great way to double your giving. And then on the last page is the contact page, and that's if you want to say something to us. So that's a quick run through of the website. And the other thing I wanted to say right away is how much I want to thank Hans de Skipper for donating his time, his expertise, and his energy into designing and creating the website. He was just amazing. And I've heard from other people who've put together these kinds of projects, and they say, wow, it took us like a year to get the website up and running. So I think we did a good job here, and thank you, Hans. You did a remarkable job putting it together in just a few months. So thank you so much. And he did that without charging us, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah.
And so, one of the things that we wanted to talk about was offer an explanation of why we created the foundation and what the purpose of it serves. So one of the things that we thought about when we were first going to put this together was to have the foundation be part of nowhiteguilt.org and have the whole thing kind of in Jason's purview and have it in his hands. But we decided to do it this way, where it's a removed entity from that, so that we can also include helping and doing things for other people in the white well-being community. So one of the things that we put together and that we've done is to put an awards program together. So we did the 2024 Awards of Excellence, and to get that started, I did an initial contribution of $4,000 to the foundation.
Liz, hold on. Let folks celebrate that hugely. $4,000 contribution. Come on, get to your feet. Raucous emojis, crowns, and gems, and everything for the great Biospirit of the West. Sorry, I interrupted. Please continue, brother.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you. And so the board of directors, we decided to disperse these funds in the way that I was just mentioning of the awards of excellence. So one of the awards goes to Yiz the Unifier for her Lies, Empire of Lies series, which is so excellent, and she's incorporating white well-being and the Go Free method into the presentation, and we're just very impressed with that. And so we are giving her a $1,000 grant award. And the second recipient is the School of the West, and we're very happy that Brant Danger is also doing the same thing. He's spreading white well-being and really going for recapturing our destiny. And so School of the West also is receiving a $1,000 grant award. And last but not least is nowhiteguilt.org, which is the flagship entity and is responsible for what it is that we are doing. And nowhiteguilt.org is going to receive a $2,000 award grant. So that's how we split that up. And we'd like to encourage anyone who wants to avail themselves of the tax-deductible feature to use the donor page. And we just want to explain that this is useful for people in the United States who file the long form. So that's the 1090, or not the 1090, the 1040 long form. If you file the 1040 EZ form, you can't use the charitable deduction. But if you do file the long form, then this would be a way for you to get a very nice tax deduction when you make a contribution. And if you want to make your contribution and say that it is in honor of Yiz's Empire of Lies, and or you want to say it's in honor of School of the West, and or in honor of No White Guilt specifically, then we will know where you would like those funds to go to do the best work for white well-being. And let's see, what else did we want to talk about? Very, very cramped list of stuff here. Was that it, Jason?
I think that was. I was just looking at what we have down. I think that was all of it. You already thanked Hans the Skipper for his great work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did want to mention the playing of the audio with the visual.
Right. So the one thing that we have asked the recipients, for instance, if Jason is doing a podcast, that he will play an 8-second voiceover and show the banner for the foundation, so that people will get to know that podcast was partially made possible by the foundation.
Yeah, I cannot be more excited. This is such an exhilarating thing, and it's been a little while coming together. We can't thank you enough, brother, for all of your hard work and your giving, and everybody who's participating. Everybody should jump on board to try to make the Foundation for White Wellbeing as widely known as possible, so that we can do things like get those matching funds, and we can give people an opportunity to get a tax break on their giving, as is so often the case and so widely the case in anti-white entities. This is a empirically proved, demonstrable practice, and being employed by comparatively a tiny group of people with massive success as a result of. We'll be talking about a little bit of that success in just a little bit. But this is the place to be, and we owe so much to the great Biospirit of the West and all of his work for white well-being. Big salutes, everybody on their feet for this champion. Big salutes, big swashbuckling flags. Brother, is there anything else you want to share? I mean, it couldn't be more of a celebration. It's just so fantastic.
I think that's it on my end, and thanks so much for having me on.
Well, God bless you, man. We will have you anytime. A gigantic and enormous Promethean hails. Folks, nothing but crowns and gems for Wes. Let him feel the love in the live chat. We'll be right back. Lord. My God, that is so exciting. I'm going to start up the Twitter space now, since we are a little bit later than normal. My fault with the stuff I was covering earlier. So we'll do we don't have any mail, so we don't have that to do. The mail bag is empty. I'm going to get an actual bag, but the mail bag is empty. So nothing in the thaumatological mail bag. Maybe it'll say that on the side of it, thaumatological mailbag. But how exciting is this? the foundation for white well-being. It's time for it. It's time to take that next step. Nothing is, there's no presumption here. It's time really to move forward. And Biospirit of the West is the perfect man for the perfect time in the perfect place. We love him. God bless him for being here. And God bless everybody for celebrating this hero. How exciting. How exciting. And we got the two folks, Brant and Yiz, both very deserving of these awards for 2024. And we know that the money is going to be white positively applied to their activities. And we'll see, as we see here, a continuing change in the world, a continuing a change in the conversation of our victimization. And we're going to see, I think I'm going to go ahead and title it the Twitter space, "What do you expect from the eclipse?" But we're going to go ahead and begin talking about, actually, let me say that here at the beginning of it. So what we're going to do is, it is titled, "What do you think about and expect from the eclipse tomorrow here in the U.S.?" But, and for the obviously the totality of the world. But we're also going to talk about the Go Free lesson of the day to begin this conversation. So if you would like the microphone, ask for the microphone on the Twitter space. Let me get through the Go Free lesson of the day first, and you can comment on that. You can comment on anything else that we've talked about. And what we're going to start with right away is the financial gifts. So get out your raucous emojis. Get them out again. I'm sorry. We've got big celebrations here. Big stiff salutes. 007s, 96s. Let the folks see the crowns and feel the gems fall at their feet. The white roses, or any color roses, throw at their feet for two champions walking in at the exact same time. Dude Bro Moment and Mrs. Jess Horse, both financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars on this epic day of victories for this white positive sphere. God bless every single one of you, each of them financially gifting $50. Let them know that this community, that those who are concerned with white well-being and ending the victimization of Westmen around the world, and therefore all the people who live in Western civilization, let these folks know that you love them. Of course, Dude Bro Moment, $50 financial gift, and writes with his $50 for white well-being. Mrs. Jess Horse, $50 financial gift, and writes with her $50. Hails, sir, Promethean blessings. Just wanting to do my folk tithing. Well, God bless you, dear sister. Thank you so very much for that. Keep the raucous emojis going. We have a few more $20 and up over here on Entropy. Wilson Bear is with us. $20 financial gift. He comes back again with additional $20, bringing it to $40. Let him know you love him. Give him some rocket. Give him some alligators. Are there alligators? Are there alligator emojis? Dinosaur emojis? Let him feel it. Wilson Bear writes, "Whoa, the foundation is a great idea. I was thinking about this while driving around. How do other groups get things done? They're organized. They operate like corporations with goals and departments." Precisely, Wilson Bear. And for those on the Twitter space, we just announced that the Foundation for White Wellbeing is now operational, and shared the website, and we'll be making that more widely known in the weeks, months, and years moving forward. Wilson Bear, with the other financial gift of his, writing, "Departments have goals and teams and are accountable to leadership, and stuff gets done for white well-being." He exclamation point. He ends with, "God bless you, Wilson Bear." So true. And that's one of the reasons that this community is a community of activists, is a community of doers, not people who come around to share their bad news that they found and their ideas about how it can be remedied. These are people who are engaged in the practice of Go Free and changing. We're going to see in just a moment the Go Free lesson of the day. You're going to be able to see how the work that we have done has changed
the conversation about our victimization in a way, exactly as I said, and in a way that the people who are demonstrating it in these videos that I'll be showing, and you'll be hearing on the Twitter space, aren't even aware of the work that we have done to change the very fabric in which they live. That, my friends, is true genius. That, my friends, is true power. So we require goals. We were doing the work that now, hopefully and increasingly, we can be financed to be able to do, to be able to pay people who deserved it, who demonstrated it when it was their charity. Nobody's going to suddenly get jobs by just standing up and saying, oh, I'm available now that there is money available. No, you had to be demonstrating it, and then you will be one of those selected to become a paid activist should we get to that point. God bless you, Wilson Bear. Thank you so much. Danunaki over here, financial gifting, $15. And thank you so much. And great to see you all the time in the live chats. A real champion. Danunaki, $15 financial gift, says, for advancing white well-being. We're not done with Wilson Bear. Another $20, bringing it to $60 financial gift from the one and only Wilson Bear. Big salutes to Wilson Bear. $60 financial gift. He says, smoking some pork today with no white guilt. It's the only way it should be done. It's the perfect way to do it. It will taste better every single time. God bless you, brother. We'll swivel around to Cash App and get to that Go Free lesson of the day in just a moment. Folks, get excited. Get excited. The wheels are turning. The engine is belching smoke. Fire is coming from the exhaust. The changes in the world have been made without huge changes, without the foundation for white well-being. Imagine now where we have the potential to go. We'll do a refresh on both of these, and we will see, beginning with Yiz the Unifier, one of the recipients for her advocacy of the Go Free practice. She's here today, financially gifting $5. And she says her picnic is this Saturday. So don't miss out. If you want to be a part of her upcoming picnic in Tennessee, it's this Saturday. You'll have to reach out to her. She says, Kip, keep it Promethean. God bless you, sister. We also have keep it going with the raucous emojis. Big salutes for another $50 financial gift. Another $50. $50 from Michael. Financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you. And he says with those 50, let's put an end to the anti-whiteism worldwide dollars. He says for white well-being. God bless you and thank you so much for that. A big salute to you, my friend. 50 hard-earned dollars. Hey, folks, we've been the working class people. We've been the people who have to work our ass off. We count the seconds, we count the minutes for our dollars. Maybe now we get to the point where we are able to bring in some big donors to white well-being, to advocacy for white well-being, to advocacy against anti-whiteism for the good of all races and all people in Western civilization. We have the great Seamus financially gifting $25. This champion across the board, a true hero in service to white well-being. He writes with those 25 white well-being dollars. Get this man some 07s, please, my friends. For Western kind, he says, Western kind will be victorious. Amen to you, brother. Amen. We have White Arts. $5 financial gift here. God bless you. Thank you. He says, for the awakening of white well-being. Amen to you. God bless you. Get out your raucous emojis. Keep them out. Keep your raucous emojis out because it's going to get really wild here right now. Dr. Igor coming in with a financial gift of $100. $100 to set us off in the direction of greater and greater achievements for white well-being, of greater and greater pushback against anti-whiteism and the victimization of our people, changing the conversation. Dr. Igor, he says with an 07 salute for white
well-being. Keep all of the crowns falling. Keep raining the crowns, raining the gems. Get out your little dinosaurs that you were just breaking out. And we have First Last coming in with a $50, $50 financial gift. God bless this hero and champion in so many ways in service to white well-being and financially, not the least of them. We love all of you. $50 financial gift from First Last. And he says with it, Georgism. He wants you to know about Georgism. And ladies and gentlemen, definitely not last, definitely not least, Biospirit of the West, $4,000 to get the foundation for white well-being up and running. Let's get a record number of emojis, of hearts, of 00, quadruple 07s, of electrical storms, of swashbuckling flags, of $4,000 to get us rolling. This is a true champion extraordinaire, a hero extraordinaire, concerned with the well-being of our people, the recapture of our destiny with love, hope, and redemption, the salvation and reclamation of our Western countries. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless this hero. I'm going to go ahead and take a look over here at Odyssey. Let me know over there on Odyssey if, nope, it doesn't look like. I see we have some tags for me, and I will potentially get to those. We're rolling, though. We got to keep rolling. D-Live, it looks like we have a lemon of cryptocurrency and a diamond, ninja diamond of cryptocurrency on D-Live. Thank you so much. And says with that diamond of cryptocurrency a little bit earlier in our gathering that she is turning stomachs, not heads. Talking about Stephanie and Jessica Rabbit after crack and many years of aging. Thank you for that. And that is from Spartan on both cases, the diamond of cryptocurrency and the lemon of cryptocurrency. Hello to everyone that is everywhere. Let me get into, because we want to get over to the Twitter space and we're going to hand the mic around, but I want to get into the briefly the Go Free lesson of the day. And if you have any comments about the eclipse tomorrow and what you think is about to happen, I will just jump in quickly and say it's not the end of the world. Yes, there are earthquakes when celestial bodies align. And why is that? Because the planet is bent, if you will, by a magnification of gravitational pull. The same gravity that pulls the oceans around the planet ends up putting a little bit more of a pull on the planet. If you have paid any attention to science, then you will know that this is the case. It is all rational. It makes sense. And so having earthquakes is part of eclipses. The end of the world, I think not, but we will entertain. And anybody who makes such a claim, we will take down your names and we will ridicule you endlessly when the four horsemen do not appear. But I want to show you this. We want to go back to Vince.
These college campuses for years, this anti-whiteism have been under never acceptable in.
Now, I want you to pay attention to this. This is very interesting. And it's the demonstration, another demonstration of the Go Free practice, the 201 IQ resistance to the psychological warfare that is undermining us, a psychological warfare called anti-whiteism. I want you to pay attention because we have articulated that by seeding these concepts, as we have done, strategy of forethought on the people who should receive these opportunities, the people who are moral enough to receive these opportunities and therefore take them up, these concepts and use them, that we called this for over a decade a curative contagion because it selfishly serves the individual. At least people of average intelligence will be able to identify its usefulness of these concepts. They will adopt them, and it will proceed in this fashion throughout the fabric of society across the West, reaching people at all levels, at all wealths, at all talents, at all levels of beauty and power and etc., in the positions that they already hold, whether it's sheriff, janitor, president. And I will tell you what, President Trump, if he uses anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, Western, if he uses any of these Western kind, it is because of us. I'm telling you right now, and we have been working on the great President Trump for a very long time by way of different angles to get him to use these concepts and legitimize them. We've been doing it for years. And when he says, I guess I should say, I feel confident, when he says this, it will be us. It will. So clip this out. Clip this out. It's not going to be a general thing. It's not going to be a percolating from people worldwide. It's not going to be random. It's not going to be a boomerang effect. It's going to be us. We are the ones paying the dues. We are the ones in the chat, in the specific chats. We are the ones getting to the specific staffers. We are the ones getting to the children. Strategy of forethought. We are the ones doing this on a daily basis. When he says it, it's us. End of story. And when he says these one or more of these concepts, the rest of the white sympathetic sphere better be building fucking statues to us, because we are the ones who did it. End of. Clip this shit out. So what do you have here? I find this exceptionally interesting. A part that I did not play from Vincent James. You're going to hear right now. I'll back it up. But what do you have here? I want you to focus on this intently. Really focus on this intently. You have Greg Abbott in Texas saying that anti-Semitism is this growing problem, and they are going to make it illegal and punishable in Texas. Now, before Jason Kuna and all of these champions here in service to white well-being, before the Go Free practice, before this community had promulgated these concepts as widely and continue to do so, what would the response from alternative media have been? I want you to really fathom that for a moment, because you very well know the different avenues that would have been taken in response to Greg Abbott talking about anti-Semitism being a massive problem in Texas, and that he was going to have to make it punishable and illegal and etc. in Texas. Go ahead and share in the live chats, and you could tag me as No White Guilt. What do you think people would have been saying? Well, for one thing, they would have attacked Jews. For one thing, they would have gone on ad nauseum, ad infinitum, soporifically about Jews and how bad Jews are, and how it's awful that some Jews work together, and how it's awful that some Jews working together have enough power to make a governor in a giant state in America bend his knee to a concern that is ephemeral and is almost non-existent by everyone else's perspective or view, right? Now, is that a beneficial position to take? No. It's insidious. It undermines us. It doesn't bring us together as a people. It goes on and on. I could talk about it. Bottom line is it's harmful. What are some other ways that people would have handled it? They would have used abstractions, right? They would have said, well, this is an encroachment on free speech. Nobody wants Jew slander, but people should be able to say things. People just want to ask questions. It's an encroachment on free speech. It's a limiting of our liberties. If you sell your freedom for liberty, then you'll end up with neither liberty nor freedom, right? That would have been another stance. That would have been a non-starter. And just bottom line, we can put the word harmful on it. Before me and before this community did all of this, every option to push back on what Greg Abbott is saying there, every response was harmful to white people, Westmen, Western kind, harmful to America, harmful to Western countries. Before me, before this community, before the Go Free practice, it was all harmful. And you know it was, because look at where we are today
relative to the generation before, relative to the generation before, relative to the generation before, relative to the generation before. It's been getting endlessly worse by way of those strategies. Now, I want you to listen to Vincent right now.
Texas, and we will do everything we can to fight it, Abbott said. Schools have been under intense pressure since the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which preceded a massive spike in anti-Semitism. Now, he doesn't care about anti-whiteism.
Big. He doesn't care about anti-whiteism, but it gets very interesting. So what is the response? What is Vincent James' response? The gut response because of what we did. It's anti-whiteism. Now you want to know, for anybody out there that might want to try to, you didn't do. Let's just keep listening.
Like this Trump legal team does. Because this stuff has been going on at these college campuses for years, this anti-whiteism. There's no word for that.
What? Did you all just catch that? Vincent James just said, this kind of stuff has been going on for years, this anti-whiteism. There's no word for it. Do you think that was just a slip up? Or do you think that is revealing something profound about our predictions? And that indeed we are and have been 100% correct all along. We said the concepts would be adopted because they selfishly serve, which they had to. They selfishly serve to resist our victimization, that they would be able thereby to displace the concepts, the agendas, the ideas that undermine our resistance to anti-whiteism. The concept anti-whiteism has potentially been so subtly adopted by Vincent that he doesn't even realize it. There isn't a word for anti-whiteism, as he says, anti-whiteism. So, I mean, big salutes. I totally laud him and his use, adulate and adulations for Vincent James for his usage. But I think maybe, unless he wants to clear it up for me, and what he meant there, it seems like what he's saying is we don't even have a word. And why would it be that they don't have a word for it, that he's saying, and he's using anti-whiteism, the word for it, is because it hasn't been handed down from the media. It hasn't been handed down from the official sources. Hasn't been handed down by anti-white college professors. So therefore, we don't have a word for it. It hasn't been handed down by government. Therefore, we don't have a word for it. It hasn't been handed down by the media. Therefore, we don't have a word for it. As he uses the word for it that I put into a practice decades ago and have been pushing, and that these champions have come together and promulgated everywhere using the very word for it.
Like this Trump legal team does. Because this stuff has been going on at these college campuses for years, this anti-whiteism. There's no word for that.
Look at his now healthy response. Potentially, and as I point out, and as I've been explaining for decades, that people will adopt these, that they are created with premises that empower the user, that they will adopt them because they can see the utility of them, but have no understanding of the power, have no understanding in a great many cases of where they're coming from and how they're making their way across the globe, across the West. Many, they have no idea in most cases, and yet they will adopt them and say them so much so that they're waiting for somebody to give them the word for anti-whiteism. This is a victory. This is a massive victory to us. God bless Vincent James and please keep using it. That is the word for it, my friend. Let's have
I would be happy with millions of our brothers and sisters wandering around across Western civilization saying, you know what? They never gave us a word for anti-whiteism, but that's what's going on. My professors, they never gave us a word for anti-whiteism, but anti-whiteism is everywhere. Could you imagine? We did this. I mean, go out tomorrow, go out tonight, go out this afternoon, whatever it is for you. Look at the humble house you live in. Look at the name on the street that you live on and think someone who lives on that street changed the world. That's the reality. We changed the world without the infinite money, without the trillions, without the billions, without political parties, without taking over political parties, without armies, without militias. We changed the world in the face of all of the pushback, of all the naysayers saying, you can't do it, it can't be done, it's all wrong, it's got to be this other way. In the face of all these other popularity contest winner content creators that dummies like and show up to in their thousands or even tens of thousands. In the face of all that, we have persevered. Talk about a story of success. Get this to the Deca and centimillionaires, white millionaires, and their circles. And let's really get started recapturing the destiny of the West and put an end to these childish games. I want to point out that it's not just Vincent James. It's not just Vincent James and other enormous content creators that are responding properly, responding in a way that empowers us in numerous ways that I don't have the time to go through. All that I have figured out to make this work, all of the machinery under the hood. All right. It's not just him. We just last week celebrated. Now think about this. I have talked to you about psychological warfare and how it operates. Yeah. Can I get an amen? And I have told you, when you program, and using that euphemism, when you program a human being with a context, this is the psychological warfare, and an anti-white narrative utilizing the subconscious mind, then depending on the stimuli, you will be able to correctly predict the behavior out of the people in that matrix, in that context. I said, we can do the same thing. Everybody said no. I said, we can make it so that given a certain stimuli, people that I don't know, people that I've never talked to, people who may never want to talk to me, will respond the way I want them to respond for the benefit of Western kind, America, Western civilization, and all people of all races that live in the West. I can do that. They said, no, you can't. You just heard Vincent James respond to the stimuli of Greg Abbott in Texas within the anti-white narrative that I have undermined with the Go Free practice, and he's not the only one.
Whatever reason, it was decided that we needed to actually specifically outline every single group that you cannot say hateful things about. Then why are certain groups conspicuously left off the list? It is rather hard to imagine Greg Abbott ever issuing an executive order calling for punishments for anti-white rhetoric on college campuses, in spite of the fact that anti-whiteism is not only incredibly pervasive on every major university campus in the country, but it's also part of the curriculum.
So, just to point out, get the same stimuli by way of Greg Abbott resulted in two people I don't know, I don't talk to, they don't come to me for advice, big audiences, one much bigger audience than the other, responding in the exact same way that I said they would. White race is going to have to get some sense and find their way home to where the truth is, to where the victories are, to where the liberty is to be found, to where the actual understanding of the world and our plight and our victimization is held. And the reclamation of our destiny kept in trust as we proceed. The landscape will change. I mean, does my claims, can it be any more obvious? Can it be any more correct? What more do I got to do? What more do I got to do? On planet Earth, my work and then our work as this community realized in real time the exact responses. So can you use these concepts to instigate conversation that changes the way our victimization is discussed? Oh yeah, that's exactly what we did. So to everybody out there, I know I got a special something for you who said that it couldn't be done and then claims that I didn't do it. I got a special something for you. The exact same response, given the exact same stimulus by way of Greg Abbott. And what would have been the response before me? All deleterious, all harmful, all continuing the victimization of our people, aggravating it, magnifying it. Now we're talking about the anti-whiteism. Wait, so you're being harmed as an individual white person because the group to which you belong and can't escape is attacked? Now that's the response. Time to, if you are a millionaire, you're a person who wants to finance the reclamation of the destiny of our people, no more around. We just shared with you the foundation for White Wellbeing. Come and find us. The last thing I'll say about this, and I'll pass the mic over, is this, is that in these circles that Vincent James finds himself, there are a lot of people who think that if they just express a wish list that they're doing something, right? I'm not saying that Vincent's doing this, but I'm just saying there are a lot of people in these circles, especially the Christian nationalist circles, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere, okay? But here, all these wish lists, if only, and you'll hear this kind of a statement that if this is supposed to be a Christian country and a white country, the West, Western civilization, America, if it's supposed to be a white Christian country, then shouldn't we have white Christians in charge? That's a wish. That's pedaling without a chain. That's jogging in place. That's not doing anything. It would be nice if Martians came and said they were going to side with us to reclaim our destiny. That too would be nice. But here's the thing I want you to think about. That argument is made as an argument to undermine Jewish people and the power that some Jewish people wield, working together or individually. They want to say they're Jews, and so they shouldn't be in charge. So therefore, it's an argument of divestment of power or clout or what have you of a group of people or some members of a group of people based on their birth, not on their activities, based on their birth. Let me ask you, would that protect us from anti-whiteism? Would white Christians in charge protect us from anti-whiteism? If your answer is yes, I'm sorry to say that if I like you, you've got a lot of learning to do. If I don't like you, you're an idiot. Were white Christians in charge of all Western countries? Were they undermined by anti-whiteism? End of debate. You don't need to reflect upon it anymore. White and Christian isn't enough to resist anti-whiteism. White and Christian and hating Jews on the basis of their birth
is not enough to stop anti-whiteism. It won't stop it. In fact, it perpetuates it. It ensures that it continues. So when they're making these, this is a Western country and it needs to be run by white Christians, and so Jews need to be divested, just know that what they're recommending in their wish list that is about as useless as wishing Martians would help us. Just know that even in their wish list, what they're wishing for won't save us from anti-whiteism. Not even in the slightest, because we got here with a whiter and more Christian population. Anti-whiteism has to be addressed. That's the problem. All right, let's see who we have here. Who wants the mic? And I'll pass it over, and then we'll take a look at. We have Joshua. I'll pass it over, and then I'll look for some other financial gifts. You are approved. You can unmute and share your thoughts. Good, sir.
Oh, hello?
Hello, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Oh, good. So what do you think about the eclipse and everything that's been going on around it online? All I've been hearing from everybody, especially
Uh-oh. Hold on.
the
Apologize.
world and stuff, and I'm like, see what's going on here with the earthquakes and stuff. It's a sign from God or something. I was wondering, do you think it's time we break out the sackcloth and ashes, or do you think it's a nothing burger?
Yeah, great question. And it's awesome to be on the topic, too, of the space, as I can be discursive. So thanks. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's nothing. There is the world is not going to end. And there could be more earthquakes. I mean, I actually saw, to the point you're making, some conspiracy theorists. And of course, unfortunately, so many of these folks are in conservative circles. But a conspiracy theorist pointing out that an anchor on Fox yesterday said the eclipse earthquake. He said, well, they're talking about the eclipse or they're talking about the earthquake in New Jersey, but they'll really be talking about the sorry, let me fix that. They'll really be talking about the eclipse earthquake. And then this conspiracy theorist then was like, well, what exactly does he mean? I'm sure it was just a slip of the tongue. What exactly does he mean? Like there's a planned artificial or artificially created earthquake or something of this nature. These are the kinds of things that idle minds and low IQs entertain themselves with. There could very well be another earthquake tomorrow. Again, we see and have recorded earthquakes around times of eclipse because of the push and pull, the gravitational push and pull of magnified gravity during, and there are also volcanic eruptions that very often occur. These are scientific things that we as Westmen, men and women, have investigated and have peeled back the claims or misunderstanding of a magic at work, and we can see the actual science operating underneath of it. So what I think is instructive here is observing how our people and humanity in general responds. Like at what level are they operating on a daily basis? And many of them are really not much better off than actual very young children, even though they have adult bodies, even though they can have successful careers. They're not much better off than children. I mean, and I'll pass it back to you, Joshua. The bunch of people were talking about lightning hitting the Statue of Liberty. Isn't it copper? Isn't it super tall in the middle of an enormous flat body of water? And isn't it hit numerous times with lightning throughout the year? So this is another example. I'll talk more about it on Wednesday, I think, about building a conspiracy and how easy it is for people to fall for it, especially white people to fall for it. They just take things going on. And I mean, I know that the Hadron Collider is going to be fired up, and people are making a deal out of that. I'm not concerned in the least. But anyhow, Joshua, what would you say? What was your other thought on it?
Yeah, because it's like I've been hearing for the past week or so with nothing about, like, it's just been about the eclipse that's coming up tomorrow with all these content creators on the internet, especially a lot of the trad Catholics or something online saying, oh, you have to prepare for the end of the world and stuff. And I'm like, this is insane. It's kind of like a doomsday cult with these people. Every time a normal event like an eclipse happens, they go totally apeshit for the most part, and they've been acting completely unhinged online for like about a week now.
Mm-hmm. So true, and that's great for pointing that out. Thank you. Yeah, I have seen. In fact, it was a big chunk, maybe as much as half of the videos and comments I've made have been from folks that consider themselves either Christian nationalists or trad cath folks, and talking about the end times and end of the world. And you see, this never ends. And you can see how a charlatan could look at this and think to him or herself, oh, there's money here to be made, because there are all these dumb popularity, sex to be had, aggrandizement, intellectual or educational aggrandizement to be had, because you have all of these people who are being besotted with religio, sociological claims, magical claims about end of the world and signs and all of this sort of business. And folks, this has been happening over the course of our entire lives. We've witnessed this. Charlatans come and go, and you've read about it. And it's amazing that people continue to fall for it, but they do. So for us, it's most problematic in that people who could otherwise be a benefit to our well-being, to put an end to our victimization, to put an end to what's happening to us in the West, in the United States, to put an end to the harm that's being inflicted, the liberty that's being taken away, the sovereignty that's been erased. They are otherwise preoccupied with charlatans preaching nonsense. And it doesn't matter that it doesn't happen. They just cycle right back through. I think every one of these charlatans, and also to point out, these charlatans are not only depriving us of money, of people, of the talents that people can wield, the connectivity of people that all get embroiled in this nonsense. Not only are they depriving the well-being of Western kind, and therefore the well-being of those individuals, of an opportunity to do something beneficial for themselves, our people, and our countries, but they are also ruining these people's lives, because you're not in a good place when you think the end of the world is nigh. You're not in a good place when you think, when you're wrapped up in this idea, and so many, speaking directly to the Christian nationalists and the tradcads, where you're wrapped up in this idea that there's a battle afoot in the spirit realm, and therefore you don't have to do really anything. There's a battle afoot in the spirit realm, and we just kind of comment on it, and we kind of just observe the push and pull of the spirit world in the physical plane. Trash all that shit. That is all garbage. Remember what I told you about psychological warfare. They want to get you focused on things that you can't control, focused on things that you can't have, and then talking about the past or the future. Because while you're doing all of that, you're not doing anything about the present. That's what's happening with these folks. Psychological warfare operators are, I have no doubt, with the internet and the tools available to these people behind the scenes, to yield content creators, not even having to control them, not even having to put an FBI agent, if you will, in the seat of a content creator, but just driving audience to the people that are doing these sort of destructive things, because it keeps the population idle. It keeps the population under control. They want to talk about breads and circus and act like they have some sort of intimate knowledge of what's happening, and therefore they can't be controlled, while they sit in controlled spaces fretting over spirit battle and end of the world and all of this sort of nonsense shit. So you can see how much of a joke they actually are. But many of those people don't have to be a joke. It's the leadership that is leading them to being fools, and then foolhardy with their time, talents, and money, because everything is going bad for real people in the real world. And we'll find these people as well, no matter how long they spend on their knees praying to God. It never helps, because God only helps the people that are out there fighting for his creation. And that's us right here. End of the story. We have some comments, it looks like, on Twitter. Let me see what we have there. Some Freeman saying that the Germans never called themselves Nazis. I guess those of the Nazi party, that's right. And Hazel saying that the U.S. government is owned by Israel, and says, why don't you all use your Second Amendment to overthrow them? And Bree says, hey, Jason, hello to you. Well, we talk about, Hazel, stick around Sundays at 5, and every Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hang out with us on these Going Free gatherings, and you'll find out the method that you can use along with us to recapture the destiny of the West. And it is definitely not violence. And we can, another time we can talk about why that isn't the case, why it is not violence, but it's definitely not violence. Just checking around to see if there are financial gifts, none there. I'll swivel around here and we'll see. I think we did have some comments with tags for me. Looks like, or was this last week? Why did you say that you might leave Virginia at some point in the future? And what states are you considering? I haven't considered any particular, and that was from, is that PD? I haven't considered any particular destination yet, but Virginia is becoming just increasingly anti-white, as is so many other places. And as the state becomes increasingly anti-white, it becomes increasingly uncomfortable and dangerous for white people. And naturally, white people will want to leave those states. You have the issue of white people leaving states like California and moving to Texas and demonstrating that politics and the approach of those who are Republican voters is insufficient pushback to change the minds of Democrat voters when they show up. When they show up, their policies that they created in California, for example, when they show up in Texas, the reason they don't abandon those policies is because what you would measure as failure or success of a given policy is an afterthought to an anti-white. The objective was to inflict injury, whether they'll call it that or not, on Western kind and Western civilization, changing Western civilization. Why? Because by way of anti-whiteism, they've learned that white Western is bad, is immoral, and changing it to its opposite is moral. So until you address that problem with those Democrat voters coming in, they're still going to vote Democrat when they get there. And you'll still, if you're a Republican voter and just a regular conservative guy or gal, you'll pull your hair out wondering, don't they see what happened to California? Why do they want to recreate that? Why would this failure success, as I measure it, not make an imprint on their minds? Well, you're asking the wrong question, and therefore you can't get the right answer. I've just stated it hopefully clearly enough for you out there, if you're one of these Republican voters that think that they are Democrat voters coming into your state could be problematic, but hopefully they'll realize that their previous voting pattern did what it did. Now, it's like I told you, what was her name from the Young Turks? And she was complaining about the outcome of the anti-white policy in the area where she lives. And all these conservative and Republican voter types were saying, Anna, right? Anna something, that she was going to change her mind now and that she's becoming conservative. And I came in there, clearly stated, no, this is all after the fact. They've achieved the goal. She's had her success. They've white erased the norm of not taking drug addicts off of the streets away from them terrorizing children. That was a Western standard. So they've achieved their goal. They're not suddenly okay with Western civilization and white people and what we create. You have to understand it. It's subtle, and if you don't get it, then you can't get to the truth. We have a 5 library token from History and Truth. And thank you so much. That's over there on Odyssey. 5 library tokens. He writes, for white well-being. Bless you all. Well, bless you. Thank you so very much for that. I appreciate it. And I will see. Let me see. Do we have anybody on Rumble tagging me? Hello to everybody. Slew of comments over there on Rumble. I don't see any tags, I don't think. I think I see Malone LeVay, written by Sin City, who said had to run. So Malone LeVay, absolutely. So good to see you all. Thank you so much. I don't see any new comments on Twitter. Let's check Entropy. I don't see anything new. If you have written anything there or financially gifted and I'm not seeing it, then let me know in one of the other chats. It looks like I have them all. And a big thank you to everybody who has shown up there. Let me swivel around here and make sure. I'll take a look as I'm refreshing. Kasperian, Linda says. Yeah, great to see you, Linda. That is her last name. Thank you for that. Make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. Green Lord is with us. Remember to tag me with your questions, comments, or concerns. Great to see everybody that has shown up. I see the great Spud Ruckus. If you would like the mic, then just request on the Twitter space. We got about another 12 minutes before we will be signing off. Strange West is here. Strange West says, true, Jason. If anything, they only become more moderate Democrat. I guess talking about the people moving to red states that will be transforming them to purple states and then to blue. And Red Dog is here. Great to see you. Schlotz, the great Schlotz is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you, brother. And the Republican voters, our conservative brothers and sisters out there will just be wondering, what's happening? Why didn't they understand that what they did before is they're just going to do it again? Let me stop that. All right, just checking over here. Very good. So if you have a comment, a question, or a thought that you would like to share, I want to reiterate that the Foundation for White Wellbeing is now operational. And the great Biospirit of the West
has gotten it started. If you are a big donor, or if you would like to, if you are somebody flush with cash, somebody who would like to financially gift and in the States get a tax break, depending upon how you file, then please head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com, which is a 501c3 dedicated to representing Western kind, preeminently representing Western kind, for the purpose of putting an end to the victimization of white people on the basis of our birth, for the betterment of all races of people in the United States and in the rest of Western civilization. It is to benefit all peoples. And I can very clearly explain in the future how it benefits all peoples. For White Wellbeing is with us. Great to see you. We played one of your epic videos at the very beginning of the gathering. No White Guilt, Westman of Westman. Thank you for that, brother. Cool. Thank you for creating Go Free so we can end our victimization and recapture our destiny. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Big salute to you and all the work that you are doing in service to White Wellbeing. And a big God bless to everybody who is daily advocating, using the practice on themselves, their families, and circles of influence out on the internet in participation with the OT or solo actors. Getting a lot of calls. Solo actors who are active in promulgating these concepts, these dialectics, people who are out in the public doing it. Putting up signs, putting up stickers, writing across the back windshield of their automobile with perfect handwriting. People who are working with the team, the outreach team, and you can find the contact for the outreach team in the description below. You can also find the different chat groups that we have here in our community. If you would like to become a part of these different chat groups, you can find that in the description below as well. If you're new to all of this and you're from the rest of the white sympathetic sphere, you're probably used to and acclimated to wanting to show up and share what you think is wrong with the world, who you think is behind it, and how you think it should be remedied. We don't do that here. This is our dojo. We teach White Wellbeing Kung Fu. And you come into our circles for the purpose of learning, for the purpose of accessing your true physical, mental, and spiritual potential, which you'll find is quite remarkable. It's not esoteric, it's exoteric. How it works is very clear from A to B to C. There is a tiny bit of jargon that you have to learn in performing this practice. But you're learning jargon every day. You learned more for your job. You've learned more probably in several different careers to facilitate communication. This jargon, though, is extremely important because these concepts were created and subjected to the scientific method, created a forethought with objectives for the concepts to be able to serve as unspoken premises for argumentation, for conversation, for conversion. They were subjected to the scientific method, and those that worked have stayed. Some of them needed to be polished. Same with the dialectics themselves, as well as the concepts. And those that did not work were thrown overboard. They were 86'd, they were trashed, they were discarded, because our objective is to end the victimization of white people that is a result of the condemnation of our birth. And if we address this, then everything else becomes possible. If we wield a moral imperative that undermines the psychological warfare moral imperative that the anti-whites wield, that have undermined all of our denominations of Christianity, all types of Christianity, all of our educational institutions, all of our political parties, if we wield this, then we can take all of that back. If you don't wield this, you can't take any of that back, and every year will be worse than the year before. So we want you to come and participate. We have wonderful, kind people who will help you and walk you along. Be ready to participate. Be ready to be an active participant, because watching and just observing here is frowned upon. We want you to be engaged. And that might begin for you just with addressing yourself and how you think about the world and beginning to use these concepts, showing up at the live streams and sharing with your circles of influence, and or making connections so you have broader and more numerous circles of influence, so that you can share the work that we're doing, the concepts, the dialectics, yours truly, so that as things change, as the landscape changes, and more important, and not just that, although that is significant, but you need to come to the origin for the understanding of what this is and what we're up against and how this works. You're not going to be able to go to somebody that is just a winner of a popularity contest and has a massive audience, and they're just reciting some of the old strategies and they incorporate some of our concepts and dialectics. You're not going to be able to go to them for the explanations of who we are, what we're up against, and how this practice works, because they didn't create it. They don't know how it works. You've got to come to the creator. So please get involved, get engaged, become heroes like these people that you see in the live chat, who are making all the difference in the world. While everybody else is either partying to the end while the flames lick their necks at this point, or peddling without a chain, charlatans taking advantage of beguiled and duped people. Don't do that. Bring them into, stop this, bring them into the work that we're doing here and the awareness of this community. Mega is here. Hello to you. And Doug is here. Good to see you. Yeah, this community is really just, the Great Sloth says, if you can learn anti-white jargon, you can learn white affirming jargon. Amen, brother. God bless you. So true. How often do we got to put up with these people that say things like, they've got different words? I mean, and I'm saying that like in the voice of somebody who's kind of low IQ, but there are people who are moderately IQ'd, maybe even uber midget wits, who are extraordinarily educated and widely respected, that have actively prevented me from reaching their audience and other audiences, otherwise good people otherwise that I call friends, that have actively gotten in the way and said things like, well, we can't allow him because he's got his own words. If God is ever going to write things, I tell you where he's going to start. But it's a special kind of bad character that can say about me that, no, you can't have him because he's got these words, these other concepts that are not promulgated by our victimizers. And then as I'm having success, to begin using those concepts and then denying that they came from me. And at the same time, still blocking me. So he's got these weird concepts that nobody will ever use. Don't let him in. Don't let him speak to our audiences in any big way. Don't let him do that. But then as those concepts are being adopted, using those concepts and still saying, don't let him in. He's got concepts that are not promulgated by our victimizers, that aren't given us by our victimizers. It's everywhere. I've been in the white sympathetic sphere for decades. And long before the internet was, as you all know, robust enough to carry all of this verbiage, all of these different voices and personalities. So if you just point almost anywhere, did this person do it? You're more likely to be right that was one of the people. I'm not going to go out slandering a bunch of people as they've been slandering me behind my back. It's just not going to do any good. But if you point out almost anywhere, you're right. Al Hengel says, as we've reached the end here today, and a glorious gathering it is, and a glorious gathering it will be on Wednesday. When you come back, we're going to be talking about how charlatans create these conspiracy theories, and then how easy it is for our brothers and sisters to fall for them. Monday is almost here, the eclipse, and the end of the world won't happen. Let's see how the charlatans who will beguiling you with end times, how they push it off a little further, how they keep you hooked a little bit longer. They push it. You're going to need another batch of vitamins and another batch of freeze-dried food. The end of the world is nigh. It never ends. Al Hengel says, I think the terms anti-white, anti-whiteism are going to be inadvertently promoted every time that anti-whiteism is used. Yes. Yes, precisely. Like people in an interesting phenomenon that I don't put much weight on, I don't care much about, I can't prove one way or the other, is that there are certain communities where if you enter that community of the content creator, then all of a sudden those people no longer are interested in communicating with us. And the Fuentesian circle is one of those, a preeminent one. And there are multiple cases. But they're going to keep promoting the words, the concepts, and the dialectics that work because they work. And we're going to keep fighting. And good Lord willing, moral, multi-millionaire white people will be able to see the work that we're doing. And they're going to finally say, you know what? We're tired of investing in endless elections that lose. We're tired of investing in endless candidates and potential candidates and non-white content creators and candidates simply because they're non-white and they share our Republican leaning or conservative leaning or what have you views. We're tired of doing these things that just fail. Some of these people are going to be moral enough, honorable enough, and brave enough to come on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing and invest and earmark and get their tax break and see the world change in increasingly magnified ways because of the work that we're doing. God bless every single one of you. Ken Folk asks, is belief in a rapture a form of white flight? It absolutely is, because it's saying the rapture is nigh. We don't have God. Jesus is going to be here and we don't have to do anything. I'm going to tell you what, if you are not fighting to retake the destiny of one of God's creations, Western kind, if you're not fighting to take it back and Jesus does come back, you're going to hell. You've got a wrong reading of the Bible. You've got a wrong impression of how a deity works. You're not going to be saved for sitting on your ass. It is absolutely a form of white flight. It's if that's going to happen, it's never going to be known. You're going to fight and be rewarded for your service for white well-being. Kingdom of Inland, would a white positive podcast be a good idea? Yeah, and this becomes a podcast as well. And we are out of time, almost so much out of time that we won't be able to put it on the podcast. AOC says, no white guilt, may have missed it earlier, but any updates on the white ADL nonprofit? Big one. Rewind a little bit, if you could still use that terminology. The Foundation for White Wellbeing is operational. Big salutes to all of you. Is this not exciting? These will be the days that will be remembered. The people who have the will, they have the tools, and they have the determination. They're sticking with it. That's this people right here. You are in a story. You are the hero in our story. It's a movie. You can think of it as a movie that's playing, and every moment of your life is being watched by an audience. How are you going to behave? Are you going to be that hero? Are you going to be engaged in activities that reclaim our destiny?
Are you going to be there when there was nothing so that when it climbs, you will stand on the top of it? Or are you going to be seen as an idle, shiftless do-nothing who wanted to white flight, who wanted to wait for Armageddon, who wanted to whatever it is? Which are you going to be? That's going to be something that you have to decide, and a creator will decide how you will then be treated. Love you all. Let's go free.